All right, I am here. I had to reset my connection right after I started because I was dropping frames, which led to us disconnecting from the game. That was not the servers. That was me resetting my connection. But yes, I am going to be continuing the first Descendant. And we are going to be unlocking Valby in about 4 hours. The Valby research takes 16 hours. And we are in the last 4 hours. At which point I will be leveling Valby, and we will get a feel for Valby's playstyle. I did play as Valby briefly during the crossplay beta last September, almost a year ago at this point, and I did absolutely enjoy 4 hours and 15 minutes. And we are absolutely not going to be accelerating that. There is no temptation in my mind that I have to accelerate that. So as for using Freyna, we have the weekly challenge. To use Venom Trauma against 500 enemies. So if we're gonna really just get that out of the way, I'm gonna need to solo missions, and they're gonna be lower level missions, and we're gonna do that primarily by armed with a machine gun. Interesting. We're going to do that primarily by doing, like, Void Shard grind, I think. Void Shard grind, and then there are a couple other low-level operations, infiltration operations I can do. Yeah, all of these we should absolutely be able to do. But we need to equip a machine gun. And thankfully, I just found a Tamer, which does count as a machine gun. The Tamer being arguably one of the best machine guns in the game, given the fact that it has one of the highest firearm attacks. We will be using that for sure. Now, as far as my focus goes, we need to spend time in Sterile Land because we want to get the focus on electric module. I really don't like how when I click that, it doesn't show me it. Like, I really, that is something they need to work on. If I have this as my target item, what is the point of having this as my target item if I can't click it and then find where to get it? But yes, you have to type in focus on electric, then find it, then press F on it. But yes, Void Fragment missions in the Sterile Land. Anticipated Ambush is how we get the Thunder Cage blueprint. There are many things we can do here. Sterile Land is also lower level. And I believe Unknown Laboratory drops Lepic Spiral Catalyst. As for the Amorphous Pattern 10, specifically, I wouldn't mind... I would not mind accumulating these over time and then cracking them. As for where we open those, I assume it's one of the lower level Colossus. Yeah, we can do the outposts. I'm gonna be private, normal. private normal. This is where we ground for Valby. I think these are all... Yeah, none of these are... I'll go and do... I'll get this transporter. But as for doing the void shards with Freyna, I know for a fact that there are 2 of them in Echo Swamp. If we want to do void shards, we can do void shards. But that's going to come in the form of going to Echo Swamp. I don't think we can do 3 things at the same time. Like, I want to get void shards. I want to get a chance to drop... I want to get a chance to drop focus on electric. And I also want to get our weekly done at the same time. Lucky, welcome. Valby is great. I farmed out her augment supply moisture yesterday. It also gives you crit chance on weapons, so it's good for bossing. Interesting. Thank you for that info, and welcome. Yeah, we immediately got the metal accelerant. We are farming our daily challenges alongside everything else. But yeah, this is why we're using Freyna. Yeah. So this, I think I came across before. It's underground, and it is a little confusing because, yes, you can be above it. So you need to find that cave. I believe I was here before, but I was checking it up here, wondering how to get it, right? I was like, oh, it's in this direction. Cool, great. Okay. What? So, if you're looking for it, it's underneath. There's a cave here that you have to go into, and then it's down in there. Yeah. I have to farm enemies using Freyna's Q. Thankfully, on weaker enemies, it does damage over time. So if we miss it, if we look, we had 66 before. We now have 70. So if we kill enemies with it, with the damage over time, we can kill a lot of enemies with it. But on harder difficulties, that damage over time doesn't do that much damage. I don't know what these do. I'm still wondering. So when we interact with this, it says the surveillance tower has been neutralized. The enemy outpost infiltration time has increased. So is that in relation to the output? So you do those and then it makes them respawn faster or something? I don't know what those surveillance towers actually do. As for like their impact on my ability to gain levels and farm characters, like it hasn't really mattered. Yeah, outpost infiltration time has increased. I don't know if that is that good. I assume that's good. If I can get them to run into it. Yeah, there we go. mean, I can take out all of these enemies so easily. Like, they're barely even doing any damage to our shield. So, what I'm really trying to do is farm my Q, which we are able to do. I should just go for, like, maximum... Should go for maximum cooldown reduction. Oh, we got the amorphous drop. I'm not even really doing this for the amorphous drop, but sure. What do we get from that amorphous pattern? This is going to be a part of something else, right? Kyle code. That is the Kyle code grind. I don't know if... I'm sure something else drops Kyle code. But that is the beginning of one of the ways to grind for Kyle. So, two primary goals, farming for focus on electric, getting our weekly done with Freyna by using her Q ability to eliminate enemies.
You've been ambushed, or did you let it happen?
And these missions that we're doing have a chance to drop focus on electric. Now, is there like a drop chance or like any type of info as to how to specifically get it? No, I don't think so. The Tamer is not a bad farm weapon either. This mission right here in particular is very, very quick. How long did that take? Less than a minute. And we got a precision code analyzer. And the anticipated ambush point, as far as I can tell, is a potential drop point for focus on electric. So it says mission monster, but anticipated ambush point is actually a good mission for several reasons. You can get it done in less than a minute. And I wasn't even trying. Like, I wasn't even trying to get this done. So as for, like, low-level enemy farm, this is a good location. I'll try to actually take them out as quickly as possible to see just how fast we can get it done. But remember, all of the gold drops and Kuiper shard drops scale. So this is not going to be good, nearly as good as some other missions. 39 seconds.
Make a note in the operations log, number 17. Thanks to the enemies being drawn your way, infiltration becomes
And as far as I can tell, all of these drops that we're getting from these enemies has the potential to drop focus on electric. Now, there's another one. Yeah, venom injector might be something. Electric gun barrel. I need to take another look at this. The problem with the search in this game is that when I look at focus on electric, it says mission monster. Okay. So is there a mission reward that drops this? No. It's just all mission it's just all mission monster. Right? And as far as I can tell, when it comes to mission monster, as far as I know, there's like a 0.1% chance. As far as I know. And yes, this void mission is not worth it at all. Like, the void fragment, just to put this clearly out there for anyone who's grinding void shards and wondering why it's just ridiculous. Do not grind for void shards in normal mode. Do not do it. Do not do it. You are wasting your time. Take a look at this, right? Take a look at this. Monomer and polymer, 4x and then 1 polymer. 1 monomer, 1 polymer, 1 inorganic. And then we're going to go to hard mode, right? This is why I highly recommend getting to hard mode first. 11 monomer, 4 polymer. So instead of 4 monomer and 1 polymer, you're getting 11 and 4. And here, you're getting 3 monomer, 4 polymer, 3 inorganic, 3 organic. So if you are going to take the time to grind for void shards, I'm going to go and get this over here. Make sure that you get up to hard mode first. It is not worth your time. You will get frustrated. You will start to hate the RNG and the amount of time it takes to crack open a single 20% amorphous drop from an outpost. That is my strong recommendation for that. I didn't learn the hard way because I eventually... I figured it out pretty quickly, thankfully. I have not spent much time grinding void shards in this game through my 80 plus hours of gameplay. And I've only really started to take note of it since needing to get the Valby code. And my firm conclusion is that there are things you need to do before you start grinding for void shards. Otherwise, you are wasting your time. Finish the story, enjoy the story, take your time, savor it. And then when it comes time to grind for Valby or any of the other Descendants, for their amorphous drops using the outposts, do it on hard mode. Don't even worry about doing that on normal difficulty. All right, this is clearly a location where there is an entrance somewhere. And we didn't get this because it's in a weird spot. It says it's right here. Is it above us or what? No, I think it's below us. There's gotta be something. If I go through here. The way the game is structured, they don't really tell you early on. Maybe because they want people to kind of get stuck grinding low-level stuff, but it's important to recognize that so you don't waste your time. It's gotta be, right? There's a mission we can do going through here. They hid this thing, man. For sure. No doubt this is inside of this area and we have to go through this maze in order to get down to it. No doubt. Yeah, it's going to be like in that. There we go. It's going to be in that direction. Marking it as a, yeah, that's the way to do it. If you're looking for a temporary safe zone, pressing X to mark it as a waypoint will tell you exactly where it is. And we did get that. Where was it the Agna Desert? I can't remember where you get the... I want to start grinding for the Thunder Cage. I think it's this, right? No. It's either Sterile Land... I'm pretty sure it's Sterile Land. Here, this Thunder Cage Polymer Synctium. Yeah, it is this mission, the external reactor mission. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. And yeah, as for the Void Shard grind, they do set it up so you don't really need to worry about the Void Shard grind until after you've reached hard mode, which I do appreciate. I do appreciate that. But I think that there are players who are... Before we start this, I'm going to go and do the outpost. I suspect there are players who are beginning the Void Shard grind to do the outposts before doing the story, and that's just not what you want to do. Yeah, that amorphous drop we just got was a 20% chance. And that right there is how we got Valby. Ultimately, doing that is how we got Valby.
Position of focus power plant confirmed. Mission request.
And I did detail it in my last live stream as to how we...
I heard Captain Harris let you in on a fun trick. Certain Legion of Immortality
I did detail in my last live stream how I got Valby. We got the Valby code from that Amorphous 6 that just dropped. Yeah. Doing a defense mission would definitely be the way to just get absurd amounts of kills with Freyna's
Energy flow detected.
Q.
Probability of fuse parts high.
But we can simultaneously get parts for the Thunder Cage, and as far as I understand it, with the ultimate weapons, once you get their unique abilities maxed out, you don't need to worry about them anymore. There are like several aspects of this game that make me wonder far into the late game as to whether the developers thought about it, because there's no trading.
High-level Vulgus closing in. Request combat.
There's no trading, and you can't dismantle blueprints. So if you have duplicate Thunder Cage,
All generators safe. Mission relay terminated.
duplicate Thunder Cage blueprints, that's just gonna take up inventory space. Yeah, that's what we need to be doing. As far as capping off our weekly challenge goes, this is by far the most difficult. And we called it before with the weekly challenges. There are 4 easy challenges that you get pretty much without even paying attention to them. And then there are 2 out of the 6 that you actually need to go out of your way to try and do. And that's fine. I'm wondering if we should bring a Red Wolf up. I don't think so, because we already have a Millennium Frost. Yeah, you can see the Millennium Frost has the highest move speed. Like, 675 is amazing. When you're holding this while playing as Bunny, you feel it. Like, you can actually feel it. It improves, and you just can't use a machine gun with Bunny. Like, our move speed right now, if I fire this thing, we basically just stop moving. But with the Millennium Frost,
Receiving info on position of Vulgus power plant.
you don't lose any move speed when you fire it.
Destruction of generators. As
We
a
did
favor.
learn, though, that with Narcissism, if you fire your weapon while sprinting, it does stop you from sprinting.
Of immortality units have parts that can act as fuses.
Like, you can't sprint, and you can't sprint and fire your weapon. You just can't. So that's a negative for the narcissism module, for sure.
Unstable energy flow detected. Probability of fuse parts high.
Huh? Weird. I heard the sound and it didn't pick it up. Yeah, we just got an ultra precision code analyzer. That's a purely random drop, seemingly. And that's a part of the end game energy activator grind. This should be completing the daily where we have to use a machine gun.
Focus carrying fuse parts confirmed.
Tamer reload time
High-level
is,
focus closing in. Request combat engagement. All generators disabled.
yeah, I think that's it.
Relay terminal.
That whole mission is 2 minutes. 2 minutes, and you do get a chance at focus on electric. Like in the background, we're hard grinding for focus on electric constantly. Every time you do a mission in the sterile land, you are rolling a very small chance to pick that module up. Yeah, we should be progressing that, right? Clear missions of the machine gun. Dismantle. Yeah, we're gonna get all of these dailies done super easily. I'm primarily focused on this, which, yes, we only have 3 more days to get. Good luck to anyone who hasn't unlocked Freyna yet. That is the situation. As for rolling the Synctium over and over again, I'll do this one more time.
Position of focus power plant.
The Thunder Cage grind is this right here. Like this right here is the Thunder Cage grind.
I heard Captain Harris let you in on a fun trick. Certain Legion of Immortality units have parts that can act as fuses. We can use those.
Like, you do this mission while grinding for the Thunder Cage with some type of gear that has, like, increased module drop rate chance. And you're good at that point.
Unstable energy flow detected. Probability of fuse parts high.
Oh, 50,000 gold? Yeah. I think the battle pass is linear. I'm not entirely confirmed about that, but it feels linear. Like those dailies seem to progress the battle pass pretty consistently. But the battle pass grind is a part of the late game grind. Once you've settled into level 100 and completed the main story, You've got Reyna, Sharon.
Parts confirmed.
I could probably just do this instantly, right? So you do that, you go down here, kill that guy, and it's over.
All generators disabled.
And then you see whether you get the drop, right? But if you roll that often enough, you will get the Thunder Cage part. It's only 2 minutes. And, you know, if you want to look at it really optimistically, because you're in the sterile land, you have a chance to drop focus on electric at any time. It is becoming very clear to me, and I'm going to say this, take this with a grain of salt, meaning I do not know for certain, but I am going off of my experience and suspicion that there are certain things in this game that are much more rare than others, even though it doesn't necessarily seem like it on the surface, right? Just like focus on electric. If we look at all of the focus modules, I have focus on singular, focus on fusion, focus on fire. Sure, I don't have focus on toxic, chill, or many of the others, but it feels like these other ones, like focus on electric, is much more rare. Because I've already spent a lot of time in the sterile land, right? Maybe it has a higher drop chance on hard mode. Maybe we do the forgot tense on hard mode. I might actually do that. But yeah, when it comes to certain focuses in this game, there are definitely things that are worthwhile to focus on. And the game, I don't want to be like, look, it's Nexon. It's Nexon, right? I don't want to be brutal, but Nexon will take your money very happily. And Nexon will make you gladly feel frustrated by grinding this game for countless hours with seemingly no result. So, as a person who's playing this game a lot and streaming this game, I feel it necessary to mention that there are ways to make the gameplay much more enjoyable by varying and cycling certain things that you're doing. Right now, there are players in this game who are doing the same thing over and over and over, and I do not recommend that. I do not recommend that. That is my take. And I'm not sponsored by Nexon. I'm not being paid to play this game. I just enjoy this game a lot. And I played the crossplay beta. I'm not partnered or anything like that.
HQ here. Commence mission to recapture Forgotten.
But the more I play this game, the more it feels like there are certain things that are set up that make it that present themselves as a reasonable way to unlock certain content that are really not. Like, I hate to say it. And I've seen it in the Discord. People are like, I've rolled this thing a whole bunch of times. I've done this mission 30 times. Thankfully, they added different ways to get certain things, right? If they went down immediately, this is not going to be good. Yeah, as far as this mission goes, we're probably not going to be able to finish it. We have, I think, well, no, they're not AFK. They're coming now. I was going to say, like, we have one AFK and then one level 1 ultimate bunny. Given the fact that they're instantly zapping everything with lightning emission, I'm going to assume they put everything into skill power and nothing into survivability. I'm just going to assume that. But yes, the Tamer is a very good weapon in the game. And I'm just gonna continue using it. The accuracy at range is a little bit rough. Yeah, it definitely has like no points, no modules in survivability. They got hit like one time, instantly went down. That's gonna be the bunny meta moving forward. You're just gonna get people who have like 0 points in survivability to maximize their damage. It's gonna be glass cannon bunny. Glass cannon ultimate bunny. That's it. So you're gonna get like ultimate bunny teammates that just die instantly the second they get hit. Then they also instantly zap most enemies. I just love getting knocked off of ledges. I say this as though this is gonna happen in the future. It's happening right now. Am I complaining about it? No. I'm pretty much acknowledging it and kind of laughing. Kind of laughing about it, honestly. It's pretty funny. Because if you're hard endgame grind farming, why wouldn't you just go for max damage, right? Because then what it comes down to is skill, right? Do you have the skill to avoid enemy attacks, time your rolls, your jumps, and so on? And then you're just limited purely by your damage, right? And again, to be clear, I'm not poo-pooing on anyone. Like, if you, you know, they clearly may have just started using Ultimate Bunny, or they used, I suspect, given the amount of damage, that was Jane. If I stand right here and fire, Look at that, Jank. They either used a crystallization catalyst, or they just started using Ultimate Bunny. The fact that they're doing so much damage with their lightning emission makes me suspect that it's a crystallization catalyst.
I'm loading.
Because we're also in hard mode, right? Which is completely fine. But that is no doubt going to be the oh, that's no doubt going to be the meta. In hard mode, soloing enemies is yeah, they need to speedrun that, so getting us up doesn't matter. At this point, we could just, like, wait for them to get to the objective. I don't know, with my bunny build, I have two abilities that I am currently using. Or two modules that I'm currently using. I'd have to look at it again. That primarily act as survivability. Now, as to how far we want to go with that, I don't know. Like, when it comes to survivability, yeah, both of Freyna's abilities don't actually hit the bubbles. That is hurting a lot. No, is this gonna hit the bubbles? No, it doesn't. Get me out of there, thank you. Taking out the additional small enemies is very, very important. Because they will stop your shield from recharging by hitting you with small amounts of damage over and over again. And that's not what you want. You want time to get your shield up and everything. Even though your shield is like much less valuable. They are aggroed on me, man. I'm out. We're out.
Mission complete. Well done.
Yeah, while my teammates were hammering them, I just kind of peaced out. I think we need to interact with this thing or what? Are we good? We're good. Nice. So this is the ultimate Ajax grind. You also get Glay enhanced cells, which is partially what we want. Glay is gonna probably be after Valby. I'm gonna aim for Enzo, and then after Enzo, maybe Glay, maybe. Electric Dimension, Chill Resist. Yeah, not great. Nothing we were really looking for aside from that amorphous material. That is a part of the end game ultimate grind. So those hard infiltration missions take longer on average. I'd say at least 50%. At least 50%. Yeah, we still don't have the one module that I'm looking for, which is in the sterile land. Are there any other... Like, I'm not interested in this because we already have Viesa, you know? Every amorphous has at least one. So, Unknown Laboratory is probably what we should be grinding. For the amorphous pattern 10, the amorphous pattern 10, we then use at Stunning Beauty.
Have you completed preparations?
It would be nice if this screen showed me how many I have. How many amorphous 10 do I have? It's not easy to tell, you know? Is this even by number? No, it's just random. Sort by name. There we go. 6, 7, 10. Here. We only have one. Well, we can do it. It would be nice if this screen showed us how many we have. Like, they might want to consider doing that. But it's okay. It's not that big of a deal. Luca, welcome back. When you beat the game and reach level 40, are you at end game? I'm trying to like formulate how to phrase this as concisely as possible. Your Descendant level is capped at level 40. When you hit hard mode, the beginning of hard mode, your weapon level is capped at 100. If your Descendant hits level 40, you can use crystallization catalysts on them to reset their level back to 1, which also in turn makes them more powerful by allowing you to equip more module capacity. So Endgame, I think, begins... Endgame begins... you reach hard mode. Which is... after you beat the main quest. So... yes. Endgame begins after you beat the story, the main story, and you gain access to the Hanged Man, right? The Hanged Man is by far going to be the most difficult jump in terms of content, I think. I haven't even attempted Hanged Man. If I'm going to attempt Hanged Man, it is going to be with a build that specifically goes against electric, which, yes, is going to be Freyna. Freyna is by far the one, clearly the one you want to use against any electric type, because she is the counter to electric. And I'll look at that really quickly. I've thought about it quite a bit. So Hanged Man is the last Void Intercept battle in normal mode, level 95. They are very weak to toxic, right? Their electric attribute, very weak to toxic. And doing Hanged Man, there are three amorphous. The 50, 51, and the 53, which contain Enzo blueprints. So doing Hanged Man efficiently, if you're grinding for Enzo, who I will be grinding for, because if we want to ever have a chance at getting another energy activator, then we need to get Enzo. Yeah, I've already beaten him, but I didn't know if I was at endgame. Yeah, I'd say endgame begins in hard mode. Yes. So if you're looking at this list at hard mode executioner, you're in the endgame. Because at that point, you've probably unlocked Bunny, Freyna, Sharon, Blair, potentially Valby. You're pushing into those 6% drops, and you are capped at level 100 weapon drops. That is the beginning of the end game. Yes. Yeah, I'm at hard mode executioner. Yes, yes. This is where a lot of mechanics kind of change, because you're not going to find drops that are higher than this going into it, which is similar, obviously similar to all of the previous ones. But level 100 is where you start needing to do the hard mode. You get access to a lot of different drops, right? When you enter hard mode. Like these amorphous material patterns, these ultimate amorphous materials, you get access to when you enter hard mode. But yes, everything is capped at 100. So that is the end game. Yeah. And if you're grinding for if you're trying to grind for energy activators, you are deep into the end game.
It's new research.
We are currently waiting on Valby for another 3 hours while we get Freyna's we get the weekly challenge done using Freyna. We're rolling for one of the LEPIC blueprints. But I think I need to do some research with regard to the best way to start getting Enzo. But I'm already starting to suspect that the best way to get Enzo is by doing Hanged Man. Which means that we need to consider doing Hanged Man. Interesting. That's just not what we need. Fire fusion. Yeah, we're looking for electric singular. I haven't found a single electric singular. Did we get Greg's Reverse Fate? That's chill skill. I don't. If it has chill skill on it, I don't care to even look at it anymore. Working on Valby and Freyna now? Nice. Yeah, interesting that you got Blair before Freyna. Because in my experience, Freyna is much easier to get than Blair. But it's not like you need to get Freyna. The question becomes, do I reroll? We have Toxic on our Silly Weeper. Oh, I need to really look at these, don't I? Hold on. Remove all his junk. Let me just junk these low-level drops. The great thing about level 100 drops is that we don't need... If we find a good one, we don't even need to worry about using a phase exchanger or a control axis. Right? This could be very good against Dead Bride or any Frost type, Chill type. If it doesn't look good, I'm just going to junk. That's going to be the strategy. I'm looking for elemental attack, firearm attack, and then attack versus Colossus. Here's Toxic. I don't think we care, though. Maybe we do. It says firearm attack on it. Ooh, Toxic. Yeah, but weapon change speed, whatever. I like looking through gear like this after doing a hard... after doing a hard void, or after doing a hard infiltration operation, we get a whole bunch of level 100 drops. And I'd much rather sit here looking through these, taking my time, rather than re-rolling, burning through our control axis to readjust a specific weapon. Why? Because by rolling like this, we not only get a hard infiltration mission done, we also get all of the materials from junking the weapons, and it's kind of enjoyable to look at these. This might actually be okay against Hanged Man. I've never done Hanged Man. This has a ultimate firearm attack roll on it. That's not common. Do we have Freyna saved as a preset? We should. Yeah. What we need to do with Freyna is we need to just give Freyna all toxic attack weapons. The Silly Weeper has toxic on it too. I may prefer the Silly Weeper over the Assassin's Edge. Like, look at that single firearm attack round. Like, yeah, look at that. Sure, the Assassin's Edge has the ultimate toxic attack roll, but this Silly Weeper's very good. So that's enough toxic on that. We could re-roll the Tamer. I strongly suspect we're gonna burn through control axis doing that. Like, if I could re-roll the Tamer to have toxic damage on it, we would be very good. And then this Rascal, I'm so tempted to lock in the firearm attack and then re-roll it again. But the fire attack is not bad. If we're gonna fight, like, Dead Bride or Frostwalker in the future, it's just, we don't want to re-roll stuff in order to get specific things, which we then may not really need moving forward. I think there are a lot of people who are burning through their phase exchangers and control axis when really what I recommend doing is once you reach hard mode, just do the hard infiltration missions. Sure, they take like 10, 15 minutes, but it's much more enjoyable than sitting there hoping for a really good roll. I don't think we have anything else with toxic. This, but we're already using. We need general rounds with toxic. Yeah, here we go. That's kind of why I held on to this, I think. That should work. We do have a Greg's Reverse Fate. I'm mentioning that because I found... where is it now? No, I think I got rid of it. Yeah, that's Enduring Legacy and Fallen Hub. Yeah. Never mind. The other one we got rid of. It wasn't worth looking at. This HP support sensor, the chill resist, is by far the weakest. If we're specifically fighting like Frostwalker, maybe for the survivability, but like you would just be so much better off with like many other things. MP recovery in combat seems like one of the best things you can get alongside defense or HP. It goes like HP, defense, MP recovery in combat. I would have to write like a tier list of attributes. I might hold on to that just because of the chill resist roll and the max HP. So if we go and fight Frostwalker, then we can equip that. But in the meantime, I'm gonna equip this toxic, 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 and we are going to save this arena preset. Now, here's the thing about saving presets that we learned. It does not take gear from your inventory, right? Your storage box. It doesn't take it from here. You have to, it cycles it in your inventory. So if I switch from one to the other, it doesn't take the stuff from my storage, put it as on my character, and then take the other stuff and put it back in my storage box. It puts it back in my inventory. And like this, what I'm doing right now is what I don't want to, I just don't. I don't. There's no way to select multiple either. We need to get rifling reinforcement up. We need to get rifling reinforcement up. Everything that has to do, like action and reaction, has to do with firearm attack. Those are the ones that I want to get up first and foremost on my weapons. Because then I don't need to worry about like swapping out specific elements, thinking about what weapon type I'm using. It's just all you want to focus on is action and reaction. As far as I can tell, is the module that you want to get up first and foremost when it comes to weapon modules. Because the amount of firearm attack percent that you get is much higher than rifling reinforcement for the sacrifice of the recoil. Now, why don't I have enough. I'm gold starved right now. We're gonna have to do a gold farm. Why do I not have this on here? Yeah, there we go. I just type in, I just want to see firearm attack. There we go. We can counter the recoil with that. Get even more firearm attack. So we counter the additional recoil from action and reaction with the stance stabilizer to get even more firearm attack with rifling reinforcement. Bullet rain primarily for the firearm attack. I think fire rate increase is okay if we also get firearm attack. Interesting. I would have to see pinpoint shot. How many, what is the level of this? 7? I want to see what happens if we get pinpoint shot up to 7.
Welcome to the modules lab.
I don't think we can actually search here. Can we? I don't want to look through all of these. Weapons. Maybe if let's just put it on the weapon. That might make it easier. I just want to upgrade this so I can see what it is at when it's at the same level. There's no way to check that when you're in that. At enhancement 7, this gives you 19.7 firearm attack, and it does not increase the weak point damage percentage. So as far as I am concerned, not as good. Pinpoint shot, not as good. $19.7 versus 40.3. Oh, but the recoil, yeah, but you have stance stabilizer, which gives you even more firearm attack, and that only costs 4. And as for getting stance stabilizer up, if we were like, the recoil is not a problem. If we were like really struggling to manage the recoil, oh, this is also interesting. This doesn't increase the firearm attack. This doesn't scale the firearm attack. Just the recoil. Yeah, recoil is never an issue. If anything, it makes it more interesting to have to manage the recoil. Do we have toxic on here? Poison priority? Yeah, toxic gun barrel. Yeah, that's what you want. So this is a little confusing in terms of the wording. Adds toxic attack equal to 8% of firearm attack. And then toxic attack plus 20%. Doesn't that just do the same thing? Like, why do you need to word it differently? Like, what's the difference between adding toxic attack equal to 8% of firearm attack? Isn't that just a really long-winded way of saying toxic attack plus 8%? Yeah, I think it is. That kind of stuff, when I get like actually deep into looking at modules and like weapon stuff, I just like, I find these inconsistencies and I'm like, man, polish, seriously, polish. Regardless, that's good. We're good. I don't have any gold. We spent all of our gold getting Valby. We're gonna need to do some of the special operations. These are the gold grind missions. This is how we can get Enzo's spiral catalyst from the 11. Oh, this one is good too. This void experiment, this amorphous 45 is pretty good for Eugen and Jaber. But I think this is Enzo code, but that's at wave 10. See, 53. 50% drop chance. This gives Lepic, Glay, Enza. All of who we want. So I'm going to do this, but I will be right back. All right, I'm back. And it seems like we were disconnected while I was gone. That was not my connection. That was the servers that disconnected me. I can confirm that I did not drop any frames while I was gone. At the beginning of the stream, I did disconnect, but that's because I reset my connection. So that was on me. That disconnect was our first disconnect for today. Last stream, I think we disconnected 4 times total. And one of them was a bad disconnect where we disconnected right at the end of a hard infiltration operation. Which is the worst time to disconnect because you don't get the rewards from the infiltration operation, and the system in the game to get you back in doesn't function as intended when you try to reconnect to your current operation. So that is, again, another aspect of what I talk about when I say this game lacks polish. I think it was Sterile Land, right? Enzo Lepic Glay? Yeah. But I accept that about this game. I think anybody who has over like 50 hours pretty much accepts that. It's a newer game. You know, I will not say that it should have been considered early access when it came out. I would understand if someone said like they should have considered this early access on release. But I don't think so. I think it's finished enough. It's a finished enough game that it's not early access. And I think as far as the potential content that can be added in the future,
Enemy structure operation. Initiating full-scale bombing operation.
it's not an early access game. That's basically my take. Let me go music dialogue off quickly. Music and dialogue off makes the game much more zen-like, in my opinion. Now, the music isn't bad, and the voice acting isn't bad. If I'm just chilling and playing, like, hearing the same voice lines over and over again is, like, not something I'm interested in. I don't think anybody really likes that. Going back to missions every once in a while, that's okay. Like, oh, I remember this. Like, that's fine. But if you start remembering the voice lines, like, that's when it starts to become a little bit different. It's like, you know, someone says, oh, this is my favorite movie. And they give you all the reasons why it's their favorite movie, and it makes complete sense. And you ask them, like, would you watch it over and over again 50 times in a row? I don't think anyone would say, yeah, sure. You know what I mean? That's kind of my take on it. It's a little different, obviously. A movie and a video game are different. But elements like dialogue, voice acting, and music are relatively similar. That's why I use that as an example. Gameplay is a little different, though. If you enjoy the gameplay, that's like an interactive experience, unlike a movie, right? So that's why I don't mind the gameplay over and over again. Yeah, that actually wasn't that bad. Why is this timer so long? Like, do people really need that much time to decide? Like, yeah, we'll give you, what was it, 20 seconds? Like, no, get 10 seconds. Like, 10 seconds, maybe less. That just feels like deliberately making this take longer. I think, so I can start B while they're doing A, right? Technically speaking, yeah, you can speed it up by starting the next one while your teammates are doing the other. Because it is just eliminate enemies. It just clicked with me a little bit ago, and I said it earlier, like, with the weekly challenges. There is a possibility, and I'm not sure because it's not really possible for me to test. There is a possibility that your weeklies are based on what content you've currently unlocked. Right? Like, we have the weekly to use Freyna for Q ability. If you haven't unlocked Freyna, if anyone's watching and can confirm, if you haven't unlocked Freyna, have you gotten a weekly quest to use Freyna to kill enemies? Because it is possible that the weeklies are tailored based on what content you've actually unlocked. I don't know. I did say it earlier, like, yeah, good luck if you don't have Freyna and you get that weekly. That may not actually be possible. It would be interesting to know, though. Just like learning that fields are not affected by defense. There are some, like, interesting nuances with the core of this game. I think every player early on needs to know that defense does not affect shields. So do not build shields. There is an argument that there are, like, 2 Descendants that primarily benefit from shields. Enzo and another Descendant. But even then, it's like, any defense you have doesn't matter. I need to put a cooldown module on. I think we already do. On Freyna. Massive frame stutter. We did get the Amorphous 12, which is a 36% drop, I think. 26%. So that's nice. That's how we're gonna roll for Glay enhanced cells and Lepic enhanced cells. We did get lucky early on while we were doing the main quest in getting Glay code. So Glay is definitely a consideration as to what Descendant we unlock next. We also do have Enzo. We have Lepic Spiral Catalyst. We have Enzo Enhanced Cells. Yeah, we don't actually need... We need Lepic Enhanced Cells. We don't need Lepic Spiral Catalyst. And yeah, we didn't get the Enzo Amorphous. We already have the Enhanced Cells from that. Where do I open this? Hanged Man. Yep. So now we're headed towards like, oh, I want the Enzo Stabilizer blueprint. Yeah, you're going to be doing Hanged Man a lot. Now, if I set this up, oh, 39. Okay. And 11. I think that's just where we just were. Yeah. So that's where you get the Spiral Catalyst for the 11. And then the 37, you get it Biolab. But we have 5 of these. That is very convenient that it shows how many you have on this screen. We have 5 of those, 0 of those, 1 of those, 0 of these. So the block Kuiper mining at White Knight Gulch is the other one. And we can jump back and forth. As for doing that mission in the Sterile Land, we are subliminally rolling for focus on electric, technically. So if we're grinding for Enzo while getting our weekly done, while also grinding for focus on electric subliminally, I'm cruising. We're good. But yes, I need to get this weekly done. I think we're only like, what? A quarter of the way through? The dailies today, I'm not worried about. Yeah, we're only a third of the way through. So some of the weeklies are definitely a grind unless you incorporate them while you're doing other things. Like, why am I using Freyna rather than leveling Blair? Because I need to kill enemies with Freyna's Q ability. Why do I need to kill enemies with Freyna's Q ability? Because I have the weekly to do that. Yeah, what are those things on the ground? Are those like yellow, orange, or yellow, green drops? Yeah, my frame rate does not do very well here. First wave is extremely fast. I need to make sure, as far as the modules, we do have skill cooldown. Like, I really want more skill cooldown. It's gonna be nimble fingers. Do I trade skill power modifier for skill cooldown? I just want more skill cooldown because I'm noticing that, yeah, constantly while I'm trying to do this, like, our Q ability is on cooldown. Really, if I get down to the last day and I specifically want to get this weekly done, I'll just go to Kingston Defense Mission. Yeah, that shield ability is sweet. I like how it actually knocks you back. Yeah, it's a 26% chance on this. We are also getting gold. Like, this is a part of the gold grind, which is a core part of the end game because you need gold for everything. You want research? Gold. You want module enhancement? Gold. Yeah, I don't know what those are. Oh, jump height plus 30. What? Why do they give us extra jump height? That's so weird. That's a giant rubber band that we just had. So, similar to Blair, I mean, Freyna has the machine gun, the ability. But similar to Blair, Freyna feels pretty static. Like, this Q ability is very similar to Frost Shards on Viessa. The thing with Viessa, though, is Viessa has Frost Road. Blizzard is static, but it's at least, like, very interesting, and you can hit bubbles, mini-boss bubbles with it, right? Because it pops up into the air. Why am I not needing to reload ever? Like, I keep trying to reload, but I just don't need to reload. But two of Freyna's abilities feel very static. The Q ability and the V ability, which you can't even really see on this map because of all the toxic ground. Do we just go gold grind? We're gold grinding now. Well, this is actually 36%. So I think you get a higher percent if you go up to 6. I want to see how much longer going up to 6 takes. Because depending on the difficulty scaling, if it's much more difficult, then it's just not worth it. But I suspect that because this is lower level, it's not gonna get too much more difficult. But yeah, that's kind of like that. What I'm doing right now is what I need to be doing. Like, I just keep an eye on my Q. When it's off cooldown, I use it to hit an enemy. Hope that it AoEs some other enemies. That's pretty much it. And as for all of our dailies, we're good. Like, we're good. And once I get this weekly done, we don't need to worry about Freyna. But I really do wonder, like, if you don't have Freyna unlocked yet, and you just started playing, is your weekly still gonna be to use this Q ability on enemies? Because at that point, it's like, I need to rapidly unlock Freyna to get my weeklies done if I want the supply coins. But if we're being brutally honest, the supply coins, we already did the calculation, and it just reconfirms multiple times over as to why I do not recommend the battle pass for the average player. Because they made the weekly challenges, the daily challenges, some of them are ridiculously grindy. I don't think we're going to be able to get all of the supply coins. I don't know. I don't see the weekly mission, and I don't have Freyna uncooked yet. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I appreciate that, Luca. Because if you don't have Freyna unlocked, then maybe you don't get those weekly challenges. Because you don't have Freyna unlocked. Like, the situation would be like, yeah, I don't have Freyna yet, and I have a weekly. Good luck. Good luck unlocking Freyna. Yeah, the difficulty is definitely scaling a lot. So these missions are taking longer past the 4th wave. And not a lot, slightly. Like, we can still manage. Definitely feels like it's taking longer, though. They definitely don't make it linear, right? So you want to go 6 waves to get that extra drop chance. Get ready to spend more time than you did on the previous 4. Right? That's what I'm getting at with that. Also, my frame rate struggles on this area. Which I don't like at all. Oh, that was it. Okay, we're good. Yeah, no, that may have actually been worth. Not just because we got the drop. Oh, look, when everybody's on one side, it lowers the time. Okay. 10 minutes. 10 minutes for 2 amorphous. That's actually not bad, but remember, those were drop chance. So we could have gotten gold in place. But if you're grinding for gold, that's not bad, right? Getting up to wave 6 at this sterile land special operation is not bad. About to go eat. I will be back on when I finish. I hope your food is good. Thanks for hanging out, Luca. But yeah, the Freyna weekly grind, it would be interesting. It sounds like, given the fact that someone doesn't have Freyna and they don't see the weekly mission. Yeah, I don't see the weekly mission and I don't have Freyna uncooked yet. If you don't see this weekly mission, and you don't have Freyna unlocked, it could very well be that you only get this weekly mission if you have Freyna. But then that makes me wonder what is in place of it. Interesting. That sounds like it would get complicated. Yeah, we almost have this unlock here. This is gonna bump the season challenges. Cannot be underestimated in terms of just the sheer amount of XP you get. I think this one bumped our season level by like 20 levels. Our battle pass level. And to be clear, the next level is going to take 3,000. This one is going to give us 35,000. So if this I'll try to remember the 3,000. If that doesn't scale, I assume it does, but if it doesn't, we're going to get like 10 levels just from this. Which is crazy. Nice. We got this weapon skin, the Oasis. These functional items are, I didn't claim this one. Let's just claim them. Like, whatever. These functional items are the only thing, so to be very, very specific and clear, those functional items on the premium battle pass are the only thing that you get that you can't, that are functional items in the game that change the rate at which you progress, that you can't get otherwise. Everything else is either caliber or cosmetic. I don't mention this fine adjustment control access because you can get this by playing the game, right? Anyone who's played the game knows how to get these. You dismantle weapons, you get liquid metal, you research these, you're good. But these you can't get from research, from anything. So as far as I can tell, these are the main things on the battle pass that are a clear separation in terms of the like progressing in the game. And I don't recommend the battle pass. Like, these are not worth the battle pass, you know? And it's debatable as to whether I'll even get to 96. I'm season level 50 now. With this. I've been playing for 80 plus hours. Let me check how much time I have. 87 hours. I have been playing for 87 hours, and I am level 50 on the battle pass. So, I hope that no one contests the fact that I don't recommend the battle pass for the average player. I would be surprised if the average player put 87 hours into this game over the course of the preseason. I'm talking average, right? Average. I think if we're being reasonable, the average player, between the player that'll put in an hour and the player that'll put in 100 hours, it'll be somewhere around 40 hours to 50 hours of gameplay that the average player will actually put into this game. That is why I do not recommend the Battle Pass. I do not recommend the Battle Pass. If you enjoy the cosmetics and you buy them, that's fine, that's great, whatever. But that is what I say pretty much every time I bring that up. What did we get? We got the Blue Blood Bloomer Oasis skin, which actually looks really cool. As with all weapon cosmetics, you need to know what the base cosmetic looks like to know what the premium cosmetic looks like. And this is one of the premium weapon skins on the Battle Pass. Let me just triple confirm that this is indeed premium. Yes, it is premium. It is not free. This is a premium weapon skin on the Battle Pass. And as with all of the premium cosmetics in the game, you can use your paint on them. Your paint, which gets bound, if I were to use this bright metal gray on this premium cosmetic, it would get bound to this Blue Blood Bloomer Oasis weapon skin. Even if I just wanted to use it just to paint that little thing, it would be bound to it. Right? Once painted, the used paint is saved to the skin. Afterward, you can freely paint any colorable slot at any time. Yeah. But all of the paints that I have in the game, let me rephrase that. Most of the paints that I have in the game are from just playing the game, right? By just playing the game, we have acquired several paints, primarily from the intercept battles. Which, as far as I can tell, after you get these, you're not going to get them again. These are not cyclical. It's oh, I want another matte coral blue. You're probably going to have to buy it. You're not going to be able to destroy 100 dead bride parts to get another one. And once you use it, it's bound to whatever cosmetic you use it on. So just to make that very clear. But you can see there are many paints that are unlockable by doing the Void Intercept battles. That's why I say most of them. I'm careful with my wording because, yes, on the Battle Pass, there are indeed paints on the Battle Pass, like this plastic cobalt blue, that are not free. So, just putting that out there. Someone's doing Congas emote. We gotta hop on it for a second. It's a duty. It's your duty as a as a Descendant to hop on the Congas whenever you get a chance for at least 10 seconds. And then you're good. Your duty is fulfilled. Yeah, sterile land grind. We can go and do. We can go crack that amorphous drop we got for the, I believe it's Enzo spiral catalyst, right? Yes. We only have the Enzo enhanced cells. Could probably solo Stunning Beauty at this point. It may actually, well, no, I don't think it would be that much easier. I don't mind sharing in the festivities of taking down a Colossus. But yeah, they're probably going to go down pretty much immediately. It's not, like, Stunning Beauty is not a high-level Colossus. As far as the cyclical grind goes when cracking amorphous material is concerned, the most difficult aspect is getting the amorphous material, right? You get the amorphous material, doing the void intercept battle is not the limiter. It starts to become the limiter once you reach Pyromaniac. Once you reach Pyromaniac, the void intercept battles start getting a little more difficult, to the point in which even if you have level 100 gear, the Pyromaniac is difficult enough that it takes some time. Yeah, we already have Enzo's Spiral Catalyst, right? Yes, I believe. So yeah, the focus on electric, that whole grind, good luck. Good luck. You just got to spend a lot of time in the sterile land. Yeah. We need stabilizer, spiral catalyst. We have enhanced cells. And we also need Enzo code. Which again, yes, is Hanged Man. Dead Bride, which you get from Echo Swamp. Defense mission as a % chance. I guarantee you the defense mission at Echo Swamp, it is a 30% or less chance to drop. Yes. So this has a 25 to 80% chance. And then the Enzo code has a 38% chance. And you need to go up to wave 10. That is seeming like one of the primary ways to get Enzo code. Aside from that, we have the option to grind for void shards. Grind void shards and then go and do the void fusion reactors. This is on hard mode, so it could be interesting. And that's a 25%. Interesting. So, yeah, we got a nice taste of that with unlocking Valby yesterday, where it gets to the point after Sharon. No. After Blair. Well, Blair or Sharon, depending. Where Sharon and Blair you unlock primarily from just to show very clearly what I'm talking about. The Asylum is where you get Sharon Spiral Catalyst. If I look up Sharon Spiral Catalyst, you find that the only way to get this is at the Asylum. That's the only way. No Void Shard, no Outpost, nothing. So after you unlock Sharon, it's the same for Blair. The same for Blair. You run into Valby, right? Valby gives you a nice taste of the Void Shard grind. And then if you want someone like Enzo, Enzo is like, you're getting into hard mode Void Fusion Reactors. Now, here's the question. Do the Void Fusion Reactors on hard mode? Yes, they do. Look at how many Void Shards they cost. 35 and 10. My question was going to be, do the Void Fusion Reactors on hard mode cost more Void Shards? Yes, they do. And I will show very clearly by going back to normal mode. This costs 14 and 1. 14 and 1 versus 35 and 10. And yes, this is how you crack open certain amorphous materials. Yes. So as far as grinding for Enzo goes, we can either do Echo Swamp defense, which we would get Freyna's ability. We would get our weekly done very quickly. Or we continue Sterile Land. I think this actually isn't a bad option. Roll on the Amorphous and then bring it to Stunning Beauty. That doesn't feel like a bad option. Also because we're subliminally rolling in the background for Focus on Electric constantly. And the enemies are easy enough that we can get our weekly done with Freyna's Q ability. I keep calling it the Q ability. Venom Trauma. Yes. Oof, that rubber band. Servers are a little bit... We've only had one disconnect. But I will say, this mission, similar to the Echo Swamp mission, defense mission, it doesn't feel good in terms of game performance. Like, these missions in particular are where performance starts struggling. Now, I've voiced my hopium in the past, and I will voice my hopium again. Moving forward, that right there is why we probably should consider soloing. Because we do actually need to get... There's another rubber band. There are certain missions and areas in this game that run very, very smoothly in terms of performance and netcode. Which is hopium because... if the game runs smoothly in certain locations, then that means that it is capable of running smoothly in other locations. And it's pretty obvious why. The amount of enemies in a location at any given time clearly have an effect on performance. I almost got the Conga Zima, and then this screen popped up. That's ridiculous. So people control and like vote to abort right until the last second in order to make the timer take 25 seconds. Like, you don't need, make that 10 seconds. Don't have a, like, it does, it's just, it's ridiculous. It just makes it take longer. Nobody wants to sit there for 25 seconds debating whether to continue or not. Yes, we are getting carried by the ultimate bunny. I wouldn't say carried, but it is no doubt that Bunny's lightning emission is the ultra farm. It has been confirmed many a time. And I believe it will be confirmed well into the future. We just got another daily done. We had like 2 things with regard to using abilities. This actually doesn't take super long. If you have teammates who know what they're doing, it considerably lowers the amount of time it takes. Because the faster you kill the enemies, the faster the mission goes. Yeah, that... I don't think that would count as a kill with it. Even if we hit an enemy and they take damage from it, I don't think we get the progress on it, which is why we're still using Reyna right now. We're only halfway. I will firmly say I don't like dailies like this. Well, weeklies. Weeklies where they're like, use a specific ability. It's like, that's not something anyone likes having to do. If I really liked playing as Freyna, sure, whatever, fine. But what it forces you to do if you want to get the weekly done is play as a specific character. Now, I say forces, right? It's not forcing me to play as Freyna. But if you want to get all the weeklies done, you don't really have an option. Like, why is it 500 and not 250? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm kind of getting at. That's why I say very firmly, and I'll say it again, I don't recommend the Battle Pass for the average player. I really think for the average player, I recommend waiting. This is ultimate gold grind here. I recommend waiting until Season 1. The preseason, as far as I can tell, is basically the grace period for the developers to solve like the server stability issues and the performance issues, right? Have I been enjoying the game? Yeah. But I strongly believe that in 3 months, 6 months, a lot of the initial bugginess and jankiness will get smoothed out if the developers do right and continue developing the game. And I put that disclaimer, if they do right and they continue developing the game. Because no doubt, I do remember, it is Nexon. Yeah, now the enemies are getting too difficult to kill with Freyna's ability. That's another thing. I'm like, why does it eliminate enemies and not do damage to enemies? It's exactly what I'm talking about in terms of some of the challenges being too difficult, right? Too grindy. Like, when you give challenges, they should be achievable in a reasonable amount of time. Using Freyna's Q ability to kill 500 enemies is one of those challenges I'm talking about. It's grindy. Most people are going to be like, do I really have to use Freyna for this amount of time just to try and kill enemies with the Q? Like, why couldn't it be using Freyna's Z ability? You know what I mean? Like, I would love to kill enemies with our Z ability. I'm like barely not even using it. Yeah, the enemies scale considerably. At this point, like, we need to use her Venom trauma to finish enemies off, which is very difficult. Like, getting a last hit with her Q, like, yeah, good luck. The Venom Baptism is the machine gun you get when you use your Z ability. If I use that at the correct time, I can easily get like 30 kills with it in one go. But that's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna stop complaining about it. We're chilling. We're using Freyna. It's fine. Did we go all the way? Are we going all the way? May as well try. If we're 8 in, may as well try. We'll see what happens. I assume it's gonna get, yeah, that enemy now has a, yeah. I assume it's gonna scale up considerably. As far as the enemy types that I can use my Q ability on go, the Rippers, the Miscreants, I think are all okay. Oh, they immediately went down. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I used our plague body armor. Which I rarely use. But it does give us additional defense. Please die. There you go. Getting last hit with the Q is actually kind of interesting playstyle. It feels like I'm playing a MOBA almost. Which I will never play a MOBA again. But the last hit mechanics always add a good amount of flavor. I'll probably go for like Kingston defense mission. The thing is, if we have a bunny on our team, then the bunny's just gonna zap all of the enemies instantly. And as far as doing like Kingston defense mission solo goes, not ideal. Regardless, we're making progress on it. Yeah, we've got to do one at a time. This last wave is ridiculous. Between the amount of enemies you need to kill and the difficulty scaling. Oh, the trap balls are just like immediately. Do I even care about that enemy? There we go. There's the last hit. Yeah, we already got those enemies there. We just need B and A now. Oh my, these guys have so much health. No way, dude. Nah, it's gonna be one of those where like the last of the 4 of wave 10 is just insanely difficult. So the scaling is like exponential. Double frame drop bug. Thankfully that was not disconnect. This would be one of those situations where you disconnect right at the end of like a 10 wave mission. And it just feels terrible. My Q ability is always on cooldown. Nice, we got the amorphous drop. That mission was 16 minutes and 30 seconds. GG's. And we got an insane amount of gold. So that is the gold grind. So as for having like a good team, we had one ultimate bunny that was doing the vast majority of damage with the lightning emission ability. And as I've said before, and I'll say it again, Bunny is the ultra farm character, and that right there is the reason why I put the energy activator on Bunny almost immediately. Because when it comes down to that end game farm grind for gold and then amorphous drops, we're going to be using Bunny primarily. I've seen 2 players now, both using Ultimate Bunny, who are just doing ridiculous amounts of AoE damage, particularly with the lightning emission ability. We have an hour and 49 minutes on Valby research before we can officially start using Valby. And we will be using Valby this stream. At least for a little while. What was the amorphous we got? Let me check. We got this one. Lepic and Glay. I'm pretty sure this is Stunning Beauty. Yes. We are geared to do Stunning Beauty, although it doesn't really matter. We are geared to do Hanged Man. So I'm gonna end up trying Hanged Man very soon. At which point, once we defeat Hanged Man, we will have completed all of the Void Intercept battles, Colossus, in normal mode. At which point, there will be only hard mode Colossus that we haven't done yet. And that hold E time is like very long, almost unnecessarily long. Yay, more Greg's reversed fate duplicates. That's a part of it. We're gonna get so many duplicates. I think my concerns regarding the consumable inventory limit, like 330 bag size, you're not gonna need to worry about this. You're really not gonna need to worry about this. Like, we're only 1/3 capacity, like 30%. 80 plus hours into the game. Yeah, like I said that earlier, where like, yeah, we have these 2 Valby duplicates, which are both each taking an inventory space in this. I don't think it's gonna matter. 330, I think, is enough for pretty much all of the materials that you want in the game. We got another daily consistency done. Season level 51. It says daily consistency. Like what a way to word it. It says daily challenge right here, but on that screen it says daily consistency. But yes, at this point we have gotten our dailies done in about 2.5 hours of gameplay. These were relatively easy compared to yesterday's, which there was one thing that we really needed to go out of our way to get. The acquire metal accelerant, you need to specifically go to sterile lands. So after a little while, you kind of learn. We are halfway done with Venom Trauma. After a little while, you learn that you kind of learn where things drop, and it's not as much of a big deal. What was the other? Well, there was this, right? This is what we just did. So, what we just did gave us that, the Lepic, which we roll at Stunning Beauty. So, that is the double RNG grind, for sure. But doing lower levels like this, we get Amorphous for certain Descendants. As for doing Hanged Man, I think after this mission, I will do Hanged Man, because right now we have a build on Freyna that's all toxic. Hanged Man being weak to toxic. So I think in particular this thing, yeah, that's an ultimate toxic roll on this thing. Freyna toxic build definitely seems worthwhile, which is why Freyna is a very close consideration for our second energy activator. Because if we need to do the Hanged Man for Enzo unlock, we're gonna be doing the Hanged Man a lot. And the Hanged Man is particularly weak against... Oh, nice. Get those AoE kills. Give me all of the low-level weak enemies and let them run through my venom trauma. Yeah, I should not have used my Q on that. Kind of funny that it actually ticks. The sensor ticks damage over time. Did they not spawn over here? Luckily that has decent range. Here, right here. They tick 3 times, yeah. We are playing with 2 low level players. Like, you can see the amount of damage they're doing. I instantly killed that enemy. And they were just slightly chunking it. Yeah. I hope, like, I don't want to spoil other people's gameplay by just, like, instantly killing stuff when they're enjoying themselves. Because it's like, oh, I was shooting at that enemy for 20 seconds, and that other player came in and instantly killed them. Yeah. Which really exemplifies why, like, if you're gonna grind in this game, get to hard mode first. Don't hard grind anything unless you're at level 100. Unless you have, like, level 100 weapon drops. It just makes everything more efficient. And if you're hard grinding, unless you really, really like just low-level grinding, it's gonna be better to get to level 100 first, hard mode. That is a speed run, by the way. Getting to this point from that previous area, is a speed run. I actually don't mind playing with lower level players because they don't just steal all of the kills. Like, having a ultimate bunny, maxed out ultimate bunny teammate who's just lightning emissioning all of the enemies, is definitely detrimental if you're trying to deliberately kill enemies with an underpowered ability. Yeah, there's an ultra precision code analyzer right there. Good luck figuring out how to get that to drop more often. But we know we can get it here. As for, like, drop chance or, like, anything regarding increasing the likelihood of getting one, I don't think anyone has any idea other than, like, yeah, just play the game more. Like, that's pretty much it. Like, it's pretty obvious what the devs did with the ultra precision code analyzer in the vaults, right? Like, it's the end game grind wall And Enzo, which is a difficult Descendant to get already, is the only thing to make it like slightly easier. Which is fine. They give you 2 of them, right? They give you 2 of them, and that's fine. I almost don't want to spoil it for my teammates. I mean, I could instantly take this guy down. Nah, I'm gonna chunk him down. We're not gonna hold off on damage just so our, yeah. That's kind of like a mixed feeling where it's like, yeah, I can kill this boss very, very quickly. My teammates are all low level and are taking some time and maybe doing this for the first time. Do I want to just delete this boss before their eyes? It's kind of a conflicting feeling. Refrigerate gun barrel. I think that's new. I don't think we had that before. I think if I were doing it for the first time and I had a high-level player come into the game, level 100, and just instantly zap everything before I could even get a shot off, it wouldn't feel that good. So I'm glad that I gave my teammates a little bit of time to like at least get shots off and stuff. I feel like that's a little bit of a courtesy as far as the gameplay goes. Because just having someone like carry you through all of the content is not, it's not enjoyable. Like, you'll reach level 100 and not even know, like, what you're doing or why, if someone else just carries you the whole time. All right, let's set up for Hanged Man. Hanged Man is going to be weak to Toxic. We are doing Toxic attack, and we have bonus attack on Colossus with both the Silly Weeper and the Forest Gaze. We are full-blown Toxic build. We need a hand cannon, though. That's a part of the problem with this. I think I held on to a hand cannon that had Toxic. So maybe we use this instead of the Silly Weeper to get maximum skill power. And yes, unfortunately, that Toxic reactor doesn't have a good roll on it. Damn, we don't have a single tingling mixture reactor for electric singular. Oh, that feels like it's being gate kept, dude. We found like how many electric fusion reactors? How many? It's like it was a joke. Electric dimension, electric fusion. Like, where is the electric singular? I had like a full inventory of reactors of just electric dimension or electric fusion. Regardless, I will be right back, and I will be doing Hanged Man when I get back. All right, I'm back. I also just had the realization, Hanged Man Void Intercept Battle is the first Void Intercept battle that you do where you actually go in with weapons that are over leveled. I am almost certain that every other Void Intercept battle in the game, you go into
Analyzing the void paradox. The space-time
with
fabric of the void
under-leveled
is
weaponry.
extremely illogical.
Definitely for the Pyromaniac. I know for certain for the Pyromaniac. The highest drops you can get for Pyromaniac before doing Pyromaniac are level 65 in White Knight Gulch. But yes, we are going to do a Hanged Man. We have a full Freyna build currently, and yes, so core cover, rear cover, sensor. We can use our receive to see the blue destructible parts. Sick. This is kind of like the Gravewalker location. Oh, sick. Yeah, I don't know what to expect at all. I'm slamming them with toxic damage. I do know that much. Oh my. Yeah, so this boss is the first boss that you can go into with over-leveled... Oh my. Can I shoot those? With over-leveled equipment. Oh, slam! Dude, they are getting slammed. That seems dangerous. I don't like that. Should we try the snipe? Oh my. Look at that toxic damage. That just instantly deleted my shield. Oh my. We're out of ammo with the snipes. Switch back to the general rounds. I'll try and find purple ammo on the ground. Need to get behind something for the orbs. What? What has happened? What just happened? Wait. Okay, I'm gonna look back on stream. I have no idea what just happened. So did one of my teammates like go down a couple times or something? Well, let me check. Death count 3. Yes. And then we all immediately died. I have to know what happened in order for me to not have that happen again. Because we were cruising. Like, Hanged Man, we had down to, what, 70%? Maybe 60% HP? What happened at the end? Okay, they did this. Yeah, we just all died. They did this like laser beam thing. And all of us died at the same exact time. What? Yeah, I do not know. I'm watching it back. I'm gonna clip it, copy it. I'm gonna put it in here and I'm gonna show it on stream. Man, I swear the UI for Twitch, for YouTube is like, it's unbearable sometimes when you're dealing with like smaller windows. Like, how do I get this to show up? Here, let's go full screen. Let's go full screen. Let me get Chrome. Let me go here and do this. There we go. Okay. Let me go transform, fit to screen. For some reason, it wasn't fit to screen. And I'm going to play this back. What happened? Like, what even happened there? I watched this back 3 times. And I'm confused. What? We instantly all died. So it did this like big claw thing. And I guess we all happened to get hit by the lasers at the same time. But this is what's confusing. I wasn't in the path of the laser. The laser was far over here on the right side. So what hit me? We all look at our health bars. All of our health bars just disappeared. Nothing hit me. The orbs had not even hit me yet. It wasn't the orbs. I didn't get hit by the laser beam. I didn't get hit by the orbs. I'm trying to look at it because, like, is there some timing that I missed or what? I'm looking at this because if I do the Hanged Man again, I need to know how I died, but I can't figure it out. How did I die? How did I die, man? There's no animation. There's no timer. There's nothing. Yes, I can see this on our character here. Like this text right here. I don't know. I guess we'll try again, but I have no idea. There is absolutely nothing in that clip that I just watched 10 plus times at 25% speed that indicated to me why we all died at the same time. So as for doing this, like, if we die again like that, instantly, if we all die again like that, I'm gonna have to, like, read about it or look it up, because that video, from our experience, did not display what I did wrong or what anyone did wrong. Because it could just be a bug for all I know, right? It could just flat out be a bug for all I know. Now it's doing the laser beam again, I think. It's immune phase now. Yeah, it's full immune phase. Do we need to shoot that or what? I'm out of ammo for that now. What are people shooting at to get it out of immune phase? The second it gets out of immune phase, I am definitely using Venom Baptism. Alright, there we go. the orbs. What are these here? There's something right here. It says acquire. What does it do? What are you meant to do with that? They picked it up and they're running away with it now. So they picked it up and they're getting followed by the lightning. Oh, dead. GG. I have no idea as to why we got zapped that last time. There's like something you need to pick up and then run away. Maybe it was a bug. I don't know. Could have been a bug. But now it is official. We have defeated every single Void Intercept battle in the game. Now, if I am correct, I believe we have the ability to do hard mode Void Intercept battles now. We have some dialogue from the Descendant instructor. Yeah, kind of unfinished, unpolished, janky to have the Descendant be like, I'm so happy you defeated the last Colossus. Nice. And we got another crystallization catalyst and a ton of gold. Yeah. So we also just progressed the battle pass by 12. And yes, it doesn't scale. So confirmed, it doesn't scale. When we were at level 50, it was 3,000. We just got this season challenge done. Which means that I now have enough. I almost have enough. I can get this spawn if we want. I almost have enough for an actual body skin. For Viesa's body skin, we're going to need to get level 96. I'm probably going to get this first because we actually have Viesa. Viesa was our starter Descendant. And then I'm debating as to whether is this actually worth it? I'd much rather get the Lepic mask, honestly. As like a future Lepic grind. Like, this mask is sick. As far as all of the cosmetics go in the game, this is one of the coolest that I've actually seen. Because it completely changes the way he looks. This is what Lepic normally looks like. Right? So not only does it change his hairstyle, it also gives him a freaking awesome looking mask on his face. Like, even if I don't have a cosmetic body skin for Lepic, this mask alone is awesome. So I'm like pretty decided. The two things I want are the Grenadier, the 44th Grenadier mask, and the Crow body skin on Viesa. The hairstyle on Viesa, I mean, we'll see. Why does it say 0 of 5? What? It says 0 of 5 here. I think they're going to make this ridiculously annoying to grind for. Beyond just the supply coins. Yeah, and the Ajax helmet is sick too. Like, no doubt. This is what Ajax looks like by default. With the 2 horns. Like, the Lepic mask and the neural sharing Ajax head skin are awesome. The Viesa one is like meh. Like mediocre. It's just a different hairstyle. Like, whatever. Like, these completely change the way they look. I don't know. I'll have to think about it more. I'm gonna probably get this, but I'm gonna wait. And then another part of me is like, should I just get all the weapon skins for 30? Guarantee the weapon skins. Also, the Magister Researcher chest attachment is actually not bad either. This is probably one of the last things I'm looking at, if I'm honest. Out of all the things on the supply shop, this would probably be the last thing I would actually get. But yes, we just jumped 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 Battle Pass season levels. We have the Brave Squirrel chest attachment. I'm just gonna claim this. I'm not gonna try and time claim, like, oh, I'll wait to claim that so that I get maximum shard. Like, I don't care. I don't. I'm gonna need to see the default Moon Fragment skin again. But yeah, now we're back up to 195 caliber. We will eventually get back to 300. The Brave Squirrel chest attachment. Yeah, this is the one that's on the supply shop. Which is actually like animated, which is pretty cool. Yeah, the dynamite is also on the battle pass. It says acquired in game. Is that true? That is not that is not true. You do not get the dynamite by acquiring it in game. You need to buy the battle pass. Yeah, saying acquired in game is misleading. That is flat out just misleading. Acquired in game? No, you need to pay $10 for the battle pass. It should say acquired on battle pass, or acquired on premium battle pass. The acquired in-game for the Magister Researcher is kind of fair because you get that from the supply shop, which is technically free. Technically. Regardless, the chest attachments are like a meme. As far as cosmetics go, whatever. What were we looking for again? The moon fragment. Okay, this is what the default looks like. And this is the cosmetic for it, which is actually pretty cool. It makes it look like a freaking chainsaw. Which it kind of already looks like. Yeah, it makes it look more like a chainsaw than it already looks like. Right, the top handle here, this angled handle here. Probably one of the weaker weapon cosmetics that I've seen. I don't necessarily like this one. I'm sure you could paint it and make it look different, but I'm not going to do that. The Blue Blood Bloomer cosmetic is actually cool though. I do like the metallic gold the base cosmetic is like this wooden style, which the base cosmetic is sick. But this makes this look very different. Like, very, very different, you know? While holding on to the same structure. But yeah, the moon fragment. This is one of the weaker weapon skins in the game, for sure. It's okay, though. That's fine. That's kind of what I mean by the battle pass is weak, right? That is a premium weapon skin. And then you get this for free. Seasoned Explorer weapon skin for free. For the Explorer's Path. Like, you get a lot of pretty cool stuff for free on the Battle Pass. This as well. The Blue Eyes for the Red Eye weapon. The Blue Eyes weapon skin. Like, this is cool. It's free. It's completely free. You don't need to buy the Battle Pass. This Black Swan for the Cygnus. Completely free. The Gladiator for the Gangster Shotgun. This is very cool. It's like gimmicky. Like Roman gladiator style, which is also free. That's completely free. Yeah, it's pretty clear. The Congas emote, right? The Congas emote is the best thing on the Battle Pass, just hands down, right? I think a lot of people are buying the Battle Pass just for the Congas emote. This grappling hook skin, like, the thing you see the most from the grappling hook is the color of the cable. And this has a black cable. The default is yellow. So what it ends up doing is it just makes your grappling hook look like a black cable. That's mostly it. Otherwise, you, like, barely actually see it. Yeah, it's pretty confirmed. The Congas emote is the best thing on the Battle Pass. It's confirmed. And then maybe complete verification for the Sigvor's proof. Maybe. That's like the ultimate end of the battle pass. But that's enough staring at the battle pass. We need to continue our weekly grind. And to continue our weekly grind, I'm gonna do the Regatens again. We could do Unknown Laboratory. This is Lepic, Valby. We just got an insane amount of gold as well. Highly recommend doing Hanged Man as soon as you possibly can. We also have a crystallization catalyst, which, as you can guess, we are going to use on Bunny.
If there's something you need, you'll need
Because the true end game hard grind is gonna end up with running around as Bunny, zapping enemies with lightning emission, so that we can get rare drops for Enzo. So we unlock Enzo, so we can eventually get another energy activator. I don't know if we want as many phase exchangers as we want the ion accelerators and the control axes. Yeah, the drops, so that is confirmed. Oh, here's a vestigial organ. I do like the vestigial organ. The Hanged Man is the only the only Colossus battle that you go into at a higher level if you do hard mode stuff before you fight them. So you can go into Hanged Man for the first time with level 100 weapons. And as far as I can tell, that makes Hanged Man actually easier. I think I want to hold on to a vestigial organ. Because of the way it works. I think both of these, the Lightspeed Barrel and the Vestigial Organ, we want to hold on to. It's going to get to the point where I'm not going to waste phase exchangers. I will hold on to the Vestigial Organ though. Just because I think the Vestigial Organ as a weapon type is going to be something we want to consider using a phase exchanger on in the future, potentially. Now, we got a specific drop. Yeah, max shield, junk. Steve, search radius, junk. Yeah, 95. You get 95 drops from Hanged Man. So as far as doing Hanged Man goes, like, yeah. If you're looking for drops, then don't worry about Hanged Man. Hanged Man is pretty much, as far as I can tell, to crack Amorphous for Enzo. Like, that's pretty much it. So, as far as, like, the last...
Space-time fabric of the void is
the Hanged Man goes, like, you finish the main quest after you do Swamp Walker. Hanged Man kind of feels like this addition. Like an unfinished... kind of like unfinished story, you know? There's no story around the Hanged Man. It's just like, oh yeah, there's this extra Colossus. Like, maybe in the future they'll like make the ends meet, kind of. But definitely feels unfinished, unpolished. But I would go even further than unpolished. It feels unfinished. Like the whole Descendant instructor being like, "Oh yay, you did the Hanged Man without any voice lines or dialogue or cutscene or anything." Like, yeah. So I think as far as the grind goes, what am I still missing? Is it it must be the paint, right? Yeah. It is a mission to clear all of the red dots. When I open this, I don't want any red dots. Except for maybe this, because, yeah, we got the gain modifier. That we just need to hover over. No more red dots on this screen, please. So yeah, we can do Sterile Land again. We can grind the weekly. We get gold. We get amorphous for Glay and Lepic. And we also have a constant drop chance when we're doing Sterile Land stuff to get focus on electric. So ideally we would find an external component that has increased module drop rate. But yeah, if we don't have a very solid team, then I'm probably not going to go past wave 4 on this mission. Honestly.
Descendant, number 17 here. I'll be assisting you on this operation. Good luck.
Double
Enemy
frame
structure
drop? Yep.
operation. Initiating full-scale blocking operation.
Let's go Zen mode. No stressy mode. And then, yeah, like in about an hour. In about an hour, we'll be doing Valby. So, over the next, like, little bit, I'm gonna be getting the weekly done with Freyna's Venom Trauma, which is just basically like use our Q ability to kill enemies 500 times. Hard limited by skill cooldown. Oh, there's a 10% chance on the Amorphous 11 on the first wave. I don't think anyone really banks on that, though. What I really need is... Hold on. I really need to get... I meant to do this earlier. I wanted to swap technician with skill cooldown. And yeah, it isn't the greatest, but I just, as far as the Venom Trauma's cooldown goes, like, it's the main limiting factor as to why this is taking longer than it needs to. Just go maximum skill cooldown. Because it's not so much that we're not able to kill these like really low level enemies. It's the fact that I'm just constantly waiting on it to finish cooling down. Yes, I could do Kingston defense mission and kill multiple enemies with the AoE. But all you get for that is gold and XP. I'd rather at least roll for... I'd at least rather roll for the amorphous that we're looking for while getting gold. While all... Ooh, what is that? That was a weird bug. We just got some big rubber band server side jank. If they're gonna go up to 6, we'll see how this next wave goes. But I probably won't waste my... I'm not going to go after this wave. As far as the way that the difficulty scales, unless you have a really solid team, you're probably not going to want to... you're probably not going to want to go to 10 because if you don't have the damage, then what happens is the enemies just get really difficult to kill and it all takes much longer. So it's not linear, right? And it gets to the point where I almost feel like it's a waste of time. Like, if you're not ramping your damage alongside the difficulty scaling, then it gets to the point where you're just doing the mission slower and slower and slower, and it just doesn't feel good. Like, that's not what I'm looking for in the gameplay at all. At all. It's like, oh bro, if we go to wave 10, then we get another drop chance on the amorphous. It's like, yeah, but I don't care. I do not care. I'd rather do this for like 6 waves, get all the enemies out of the way, and then move on to doing like a infiltration operation or something else. Like the second one of our teammates goes down, that's reducing the rate at which we're actually completing the mission. And I'm not poo-pooing on my teammates. This mission is actually difficult. Like, I'm losing my shield right now. I'm getting hit. So that's my take on it. It starts becoming less worth it when you start clearing the monsters slower and slower. That's kind of how this works. And it's deliberate. I hate to like be super straightforward, but they do it deliberately, right? Because it makes you feel like you're invested. It's like, oh, it's like sunk cost kind of like, oh, if we roll one more time, bro, just roll it one more time. It has a slightly higher drop chance. It's like, no, I'm not gonna do another 2 waves when it takes significantly longer just because we've done 6 waves already. I actually said it the last time we did it. It's like, oh, we're already 8 waves in, we may as well go for 10. Yeah, but guess what? Those 2 waves between wave 8 and wave 10 took over twice as long. So we're gone. I'm out. We got the amorphous drop. We're good. I'm gone. That's my take. Now, if people want to go to wave 10 on these, go ahead. Sure. I hope the difficulty scales down when someone leaves. But that's my take. I hate to be brutal about it, but like, if you're trying to cruise, right, at like a smooth gameplay rate, like, you don't want to get stuck in missions like that for like 15 minutes trying to grind for wave 10 every single time. Like, nobody wants to do that. And the way that they push you to be like, oh, it's a higher drop chance at wave 10. Like, I don't care. I don't care. The thing I really want is focus on electric. That's what I really want. But I guarantee you it's like a 1% drop, maybe even less. No, it's definitely less. If it drops from monsters, and we've killed hundreds of thousands of monsters at this point in the sterile land, there is definitely a less than 1% chance of a drop. Like, if we're hypothetically, or rather programmatically, rolling the dice every single time we kill an enemy here, because that's what it says. If you look at the focus on electric module, it says this mission, monster drop, monsters, right? So if we're rolling the dice every time on the monsters in this mission, there is like some very, very small drop chance that you're getting each time. I'm also grinding LITE catalyst by getting these amorphous drops. And doing this lower level stuff makes it way easier to get kills with Freyna's Q ability. We're in the weekly grind zone now. We're in the weekly grind set. Yeah, that's what we need. Definitely doesn't feel like higher level players are doing this mission. Last time we did this, we also got paired with some lower level teammates. Where are the enemies? Why are they ticking no toxic damage? Did you see that? It's just like 0. What is that? Are they like immune to toxic? Nah. What was that? 'Cause they were definitely ticking damage over time, and I clearly saw 0. So the only thing that makes sense is that they're immune, but if they're immune, it would say immune. I'm still confused, and I did clip it. I did indeed clip it. Still confused as to how we died on Hanged Man. Because the second time we did Hanged Man, they didn't even do that ability. There's got to be something with the picking up that object, right? It's got to be something with that. Like, you pick that object up off the ground, and then it stops the boss from basically zapping all of you all at once, right? That's what makes sense to me mechanically. There's that mass soldier just walking right behind them. Yeah, we can even one-shot the bigger guys with our Venom trauma. Nobody activated the thing. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I don't think anyone is really... I don't think anyone high level is grinding this. Given the fact that the 2 times that I've done this, it's clearly been with lower level players. Which is completely fine. The main reason I'm doing this is for the amorphous. Pretty sure it's like one of the only amorphous that has that Lepic, easily obtainable Lepic blueprint. And then also, this is technically in the sterile land. So we kill enough enemies in the sterile land, and we get the focus on electric. focus on electric module, which is one of the modules we need to complete the Ultra Bunny build. The God tier Bunny build requires focus on electric. Now, if we stack an insane amount of gold and we get to the point where we just don't really need Kuiper shards, then I will consider combining modules to roll for the one that we want. That is definitely a consideration. But yeah, we are making progress on our weekly. That's a, I mean, it's a weekly, right? It's a weekly. So we're doing this as we're doing other things, but it does require that we use Freyna. But we are making progress on it. But it is that kind of weekly where it's like, yeah, we've, like, look at all the others. It's like, look at all the others. Like, we just got these very, very quickly in like the first day or two. This is the one, you know, it's like you have to defeat 500 with a specific skill. Yeah. 30 minutes on Valby unlock, at which point, once we have Valby, we never need to worry about unlocking Valby again. Which is fantastic. Because at that point, we will have 6 Descendants. Right? Freyna, Viessa, Sharon, Bunny, Blair, Valby. But yeah, we're in the grind zone for this game. As far as like the amount of hours that I've been putting into this game in terms of like my stream schedule, I did say it last stream and I'll say it again, but very quickly I am entering what I call like maintenance mode. At this point, it is confirmed that we've experienced almost all of the systems in the game, right? Between like the Void Intercept battles, the infiltration missions, the special operations, like looking at weapon drops, reactors, external components, the different Descendants, so on and so forth. Like, we've experienced the vast majority of core systems and content in this game. And what I mean by maintenance mode is, like, I'm mostly concerned at this point about getting the dailies done and getting the weeklies done. And working slowly towards the season challenges. That's what I mean by maintenance mode. Am I going to be going insane hard grind for 7 hours plus a day? No, that's not gonna happen. but I will be continuing to get the weeklies done and the dailies done in order to complete the battle pass. Like this is one of my core goals in the game. And the battle pass has 45 days remaining, so there's still quite some time. As far as entering maintenance mode, like if we miss a couple dailies or a weekly, like that's completely fine. That's completely fine. But as far as like hard grinding, like we just got Valby. We're about to use Valby. Grinding for like Enzo and then beginning the energy activator grind. It's just like that is gonna slow down considerably. And again, it all comes down to my enjoyment of the gameplay loop, right? The core gameplay loop, which I do enjoy. So yes, that is indeed the case. And me saying that comes with the fact that we just beat the last Void Intercept battle in normal mode. As for hard mode, I said it right in the beginning. I am not gonna get pushed deep into hard mode to try and squeeze out all of the absolute performance that we possibly can. That's what it's going to come down to. But yes, we should be able to do Executioner now. Yeah. This is the ultimate Viesa grind. Ultimate Glay. Ultimate Ajax and ultimate Lepic. This is the beginning of the ultimate Descendant grind, which is the hard end game. Yes. But to actually play the game, let me check these infiltration operations, because I am looking for particular drops. This might be a mod that we really want. And we do know the Asylum quite well. Yeah, but Electric Dimension. Why are you giving me Electric Dimension? Every time. Every time. You know why? You want to know why? Because they know that Electric Singular, and it's a meme, it's a joke. It's a fucking joke. I swear, it's frustrating. Here we go. Slumber Valley Electric Singular. There you go. I'm like, why are they only giving us Electric Dimension, Electric Fusion? It's because the developers know the game very well, and they know that Electric Singular is the one that everyone is gonna want. Why? Because Bunny's electric emission ability uses Electric Singular. That is why. That is the full explanation. It's that simple. Yes, as far as getting our weekly done, getting kills with our Q ability, it's not gonna really happen at this level. And honestly, I should either bring Blair or Bunny to level them up while I do these. I assume you can just run through all this. Yeah, Interesting. Maybe that's why people are... The queue time for this was like nothing. I assume there's a speed run. Yeah, they're just running through the whole thing. Yeah, there is. That whole section, that's crazy. That whole section is a speed run. It's basically like first person to make it to this zone begins the timer. That's actually crazy. I never realized that about this mission. What are they using? Is that that's the tamer? Dude, they are firing that thing and the enemies are not dying. I assume you can just run through this now. Is this another speedrun zone? Let's find out. Yeah, it is. You can just run straight to this location. I can get like one shot on the Solus and then hit them with that. Wait, what? Wait, how did we fail? Dude, I have no idea. If you can fail that mission by going down, and one person decides to troll and just die, you can effectively like make the mission fail for everyone else. I think that's actually something you can do. Oh my. I think another one of our teammates died and then we basically failed the whole mission. Yeah, so if we're gonna do hard mode stuff, we don't need to use Freyna. Yeah, Viesa is chill and tech. Chill and tech. Chill and fusion. Mostly chill and fusion, yeah. Which I think we have already. We already have a really good... Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Whatever. Oh, weird. Look. They're, like, missing a conga on that side. They're playing an invisible conga. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Kyle grind is, like, serious, it's going to be on the level of ultimate Descendant grind. I might just cruise on a Kingston defense mission just to, yeah. Just to get our weekly done. If I can just hang out up here. And thankfully we don't have a, well, I say thankfully, it would be fine if that were the case. But having a bunny that just zaps all of the enemies before I can hit them with my ability makes doing this weekly nearly impossible. Yeah, we need 140 more kills. Dude, I might... Should I just, like, solo one of these? If I can get, like, 1 kill each time, maybe. This might not be the way we want to do it, though. This is going to be, like, the slow grind. Each wave we get 1 kill with the... Yeah, look at it. It's ticking 0. Dude, I'm getting trolled, man. I'm getting... That's actually ridiculous. I'm getting trolled by this weekly. We're getting baited and trolled by this weekly. I'll run this because we are getting kills. I should have put more points into cooldown. Yeah, I don't know why they're ticking. Why are they ticking 0? There's something, like, bugged out. There's gotta be something bugged out. Maybe they're just immune to poison, but if they're immune to poison, then why wouldn't it say immune? Yeah, we need to put more points into Nimble Fingers. Nimble Fingers is just a good mod regardless. I'm probably only going to go up to wave 7. This mission is like they need to tweak this because as far as this gameplay goes, like just waiting for the next wave to come is it's a little ridiculous, right? I do remember missions like this in Warframe. I will say it flat out. If anyone is thinking like, oh, Warframe is so much better, there are missions like this in Warframe. But this is ridiculous. Like, the spawn time, we're just standing here waiting for a timer to tick down. You know? Yeah, after these waves, I'm gonna put more points into Nimble Fingers. The cooldown on Freyna's Q is ridiculous. I have like over 400 hours in Warframe. This game, I mean, people compare it directly to Warframe and Destiny 2. This game has a long way to go before it's as polished as Warframe or Destiny 2. There's no way that I'm gonna argue that this game is as good as or better than Warframe or Destiny 2. And I say that pretty heavily because the reality is, like, Warframe's been out for what, over a decade? Destiny 2's been out for what, over a decade? You know, like, so it's kind of, it's reasonable. It's okay to compare them because obviously the gameplay is very similar, but you have to give it the benefit of the doubt because those other games you're comparing it to have been out for a long time. They've experienced many, many patches, you know, many updates. I think these enemies are just immune to poison. I don't think they take poison damage. And I say that because there is a difference, right? Poison is different than toxic. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. This kind of gameplay is the gameplay that I've been avoiding, right? Like, as far as streaming this game goes and like enjoying variable types of content within the game, we do not want to get stuck in repeat defense missions. Like, you just don't. The reality is, like, they need to refine this because the spawn times, the wave times, it's like, man, it's boring. It gets so boring so fast. Like, I'm just like sitting here waiting. Oh, hey, look, let's see the ship show up again. Let's wait for the things to spawn as I watch the timer tick down. It's just not fun. There's other stuff you can do in the game. There's other stuff you can do in the game. And you may be asking, then why did I start doing this mission? It's because I have a weekly, and getting consistent kills with our ability involves enemies spawning. I honestly just forgot how long it takes for the enemies to spawn. And I also thought that we would be able to tick toxic damage, but our ability isn't ticking any damage. But we are consistently getting kills with our ability, so... But as far as I can tell, I'm not doing this mission again. Like, we're just not. This is the kind of gameplay that people are going to experience, and they're going to be like, I don't want to play this anymore. Like, I'm burnt out on it, you know? I'm just calling it as it is. Calling it as it is. Like, mindlessly standing here waiting for enemies to spawn and then just shooting them over and over again. For 7 waves, mind you, each wave is 2 minutes. This is really, like, yeah, I'm not doing this mission again. I've done this mission in the past thinking like, oh, it's such a great way to farm Descendant levels. There are better ways to get Descendant levels. That's the reality. We should be doing that Thunder Cage mission. That's what we should be doing. In the sterile land. And the thing is, like, there are multiple mission types in this game. Like, it's not just defense missions, you know? And what's crazy is that the mission times are not all the same. The wave time. So it goes up to 3 minutes after a certain point. 7 waves at 2 minutes each is 14 minutes. It's 14 minutes that I'm just sitting here waiting for shit to spawn. This was the incorrect decision. I don't recommend doing this defense mission unless you absolutely have to power level a Descendant. In which case, there are better ways to do that while you're doing other things. So... that is that. All right, 1 more minute, and then we're out of here. And we are progressing our weekly, but it's like, that's rough. Because if it's like, if we're just doing our weekly, yeah, we're getting gold drops too, we're getting weapon proficiency, which reminds me, what are we even at? 35 for this Magnus AA. Like, there are other things we're progressing, but yeah, I'm gonna stop complaining about it. It's okay. And yeah, our weekly, we are gonna get this done. Yeah, we're at 400 now. Like, we are gonna get that done. But yes, we also have Valby. We have Valby to experience. The last time I played Valby was during the crossplay beta 9 months ago. Yeah, I'm out, dude. You guys go on ahead. I am out. That timer is also troll, man. That timer is troll. 25-second timer unless everyone chooses one thing. Troll. Like, oh, I need 25 seconds to decide. Like, come on. 15 minutes. Yeah. Get me out of here. We're not going to be doing that mission again. That mission is the most boring mission in this game, hands down. Hands down. There is so much other stuff you can do in the game. That mission, if you get stuck doing it for whatever reason you decide, will make this game seem like a dry, boring grind fest. This mission. Yeah, as for getting Lepic stabilizer, let's just hope that there's another way to get that. Yeah. The defense missions are they need to be tweaked for real. Like I have done all 3 of these, and the one at Fortress is actually kind of interesting. This one is actually kind of interesting. These 2 at Echo Swamp and Kingston are boring. Terribly boring. But yes, we should almost be able to play Valby. As for using Freyna, we're toast. Like I'm done on that weekly for today. I'm very not willing to use that Q ability anymore. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, we play Valby, we do something else. Probably Sterile Lands grind. But yes, I will be right back. All right, I'm back. And we should be able to use Valby now. So Valby is now the 5th Descendant we've unlocked after our first being Fiesta. It's gonna be fun to play. Her play style, if I recall, is quite interesting. And she's non-attribute. So she is the first non-attribute Descendant that we've unlocked. So Valby has Bubble Bullet. They fire a bouncing bubble bullet. And the puddles do constant damage. So big AoE. And they get inflicted with laundry. So it makes them reduced electric resist decrease and non-attribute resist decrease. Interesting. And yeah, so as far as I understand Valby, there is no water. There is no water element in the game. There is fire, but there's no water, which is just like a nice little addition to what I mean by the game feels a little bit unpolished. It's jank, but it should be okay. So Plop Plop forms a big puddle at a designated location. And this teleports Valby to the location and knocks down enemies. Which also does continuous AoE damage. Cleanup is the most interesting because it's the movement. They move through enemies and they create a water effect on the ground. But yes, while you're in this state, you can't jump or use skills. And then Laundry Bomb is the big bubble that sucks them up, which is actually cool. That's actually a cool ultimate ability. Like, I love the idea of being able to move enemies. So she has a knockdown ability. Just flat out knocks enemies down. I'm sure that doesn't knock every type of enemy down. And then also her ultimate, like, sucks enemies into an orb of water, which is awesome. And then whenever they use their skills while on the water that they create, their MP cost decreases. Puddles created by skills are also considered to be water. So any of the blue stuff on the ground, if you're standing on that, it makes all of your skills cost 30% less, which is significant. Yeah, so this menu it would be really, really nice if they did us a solid and told us whether we actually had any of these already. Because the only thing I think about when having the option to craft these is, do I already have one, and do I want to use the resources to craft them? Because as you can see, I have like 6 of these blueprints. And I only have 71 metallic foil, you know? That's kind of the thing there. Nice. We have our Conga's obligation. Whenever someone's using the Congas, we are obliged in Albion to join in for at least a couple seconds at any given time. Do we have any weapons that we wanted to get up? I think both of these. So we did have a vestigial organ, which I am interested in using. And I will be getting Greg's Reversed Fate up as well. So we have 2 weapons that we're going to transmit up to 100. Both of these we don't care about. We have another Silly Weeper that we have. These rolls I don't care. It's fine. Nice. And we're gonna need to readjust Greg's Reversed Fate as well. This vestigial organ, I wanna just get it up to 100. I don't know how to get a 100 vestigial organ to drop, so we're just gonna do that instead. As for readjusting, we are going to readjust Greg's Reversed Fate. I'm gonna look for weapon or firearm attack. Nice. So firearm toxic and bonus damage versus Colossus. That would be good against Hanged Man, right? We don't know. I need to look up what Shaping Destiny does, and I will do that in a little bit. This has a ultimate fire attack. We're going to be looking for explosive. Crit rate, crit damage. We don't care about crit on something that only fires like 4 times. There we go. The explosive attack and the fire attack, we can definitely use that. The explosive attack on a launcher is akin to the firearm attack. And getting an ultimate explosive attack roll on this, I think, is one of the best rolls you can possibly get. So I am not going to be re-rolling that. Cannot register more attached items. What does that even mean? Does that mean there's a limit on the amount of register? Where's the limit then? They made it so you have a limit on attached items. Why in the world would they ever do that? All right, we have the non-attribute this, which is going to be not ideal, but better than what we're using. Yeah, if there's a if there's a limit on the amount of these that we can heart, then I'm just gonna not heart them. Because now I'm like, I don't even want to get baited into... Why would they put a limit on that? I'm not even going to use that feature anymore. But yeah, as for storage, I'm probably gonna start just like whittling stuff down. Because really, I'm not going to rely on that feature at all if there's a limit on it. Like, just flat out. Why? Because it feels like I'm getting baited, is what it feels like. If they put a limit on the amount of items I can, they call it register, right? The little heart icon, which stops you from accidentally, it's a cool feature in the game that stops you from accidentally dismantling something that you actually want to hold on to. And they put a limit on it. Which is no bueno. We don't like that at all. Nobody likes that. But it's fine. We just won't rely on it at all. I'm not going to rely on it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a much more refined approach in terms of the gear that I hold on to. Meaning for Freyna gets a set of 3 high toxic damage weapons. That's it. That's it. And then yes, in terms of presets, we only get 5. So as far as all of these go, I'm not gonna get baited into using these. I'm just calling it right now. Like I'm shutting that down. I'm shutting that down. I'm not getting baited into preset convenience. I'm not getting baited into registering items as favorites convenience. Why? Because I'm calling it right now. That is bait, and there are going to be people who buy into it. Don't do it. Just accept the inventory management for what it is. If they're going to try and put limits on convenience with inventory management, don't go there. Just don't. And that may be a hardline take. That may be a hardline take, but that kind of stuff like starts to wear down on my patience. Definitely starts to wear down on my patience. Yeah, we can do Unknown Laboratory again. The Enzo grind, we're going to have to set up because as far as I can tell, when it comes to the Enzo code, that's like, I don't want to do that at all. Like, I'm going to avoid doing the defense missions at all costs. Yeah, the fortress defense mission, I'm actually kind of okay trying. But that is getting ridiculous. And then this is going to be Fusion Void Shard grind. Yeah, I'll try that again. I think the last time we did it, we failed, which actually is a little bit interesting. The spawn rate of the enemies on this defense mission is not nearly as slow and jank as at Kingston. But yes, the amorphous that you get for Enzo code from only drops at wave 10, and it's a 30%. So that, like, we are in the depths of the beginning of the end game grind. But yes, we get to level Valby while we do it. As far as using Sharon's queue for the weekly goes, like, we're good. I'm not gonna do that anymore today. Stream is going on 5 hours. I said it earlier, like, this game is being put into, like, maintenance mode. Streams are probably going to be limited to about 3 to 4 hours. Like, that's going to be it. I'm going to continue streaming Screwdrivers. There are several new games that are being released soon that I am strongly considering. But yes, that is Valby's Q ability. I don't know if that homes on to enemies. But yeah, getting baited into using one Descendant with one of their abilities, like, come on, man. That's ridiculous. Like, Freyna's okay, but giving a weekly where you have to kill 500 enemies, it's just ridiculous. And it's so obvious. Like, we completed all of the other weeklies how long ago? Like, on the second day of the week? The fact that I deliberately have to go out of my way to use Freyna's Q ability for 500 enemies, her weakest ability, which is ticking 0 damage on the soulless enemies. Ridiculous. We're just gonna take a hard break on that. This is map jank right here. Yeah, and that does constant non-attribute type damage. It's pretty crazy. Like, Valby's AoE is actually satisfying to use. Yeah, here's her V ability, which is sick. You can just, like, paint a whole area as enemies pass through it. And it lasts for a while. I'm sure that skill duration will increase that. And then this, you can teleport with. Like, you flat out teleport with that ability. And you knock down enemies. So, Valby is very satisfying to use. Like, not static, right? Like, when I talk about Freyna or Blair and I say their abilities are static, what I mean is, like, there's no movement in their abilities. Like, there's no thing that increases their move speed or makes them, like, jump higher, or, you know what I mean? Like, Viessa has Frost Road, Bunny has Speed of Light, Valby has her puddle jump. Like, those kinds of abilities are very satisfying to use. Not only does she have a teleport ability, she also has a speedrun ability. That's what I mean by static, right? This mission is a lot more reasonable in terms of the enemy spawns. Like, the enemy spawn time during the timer, it feels like you're constantly needing to fight them off. The Kingston defense mission it becomes akin to watching paint dry. It's like, you're sitting there just waiting for enemies to spawn. Nobody likes that. Nobody. Nobody enjoys that gameplay. And as to how that was tested during the developmental process, I don't know. But the fact that no one said, like, hey, this is really, really boring and we need to spawn more enemies is a little bit ridiculous. But yeah, I'm glad we got Valby. The next Descendant after Valby is going to take some serious time. Serious time. If you look at the Enzo grind, you look at any of the Ultimate Descendant grinds, Valby is like the last one before you're in the hardcore grind. Yeah, while you're using this, you can't use any other abilities. But the crazy thing is, you can use it twice. You can stack it, it stacks twice, and you can use it twice. It's actually amazing. Again, Valby is one of the... I remember playing Valby as in the crossplay beta briefly. And he's like one of the most mobile characters next to Bunny. As far as like her teleport like this, boom, teleported. And then her slide like this, it's one of the most mobile characters by far. Yeah, what is it called again? Oh, we don't have any modules on. Let me just do that quick. That's not what we want at all. That is not what we want. I started at level 1, so that's my excuse. That is not what we want. Ooh. Supply moisture? I forgot that we got that. Yeah, technician is flat out good. Yeah, what is this ability called? Cleanup. Bubble bullet, plop plop, and cleanup, and then laundry. Probably the most ridiculous. Yeah, while you're in this mode, you can't use any abilities, and you can't shoot your weapon either. Probably the most ridiculous sounding ability, Nans. But yeah, cleanup, this ability, cleanup is one of the coolest abilities in the game, as far as my opinion goes. Again, I really like any abilities that make you move faster. It's just like, it's just satisfying in terms of the movement of this game in general. The fact that, like, you don't just start off by, like, flying and floating around. Like, you have characters that are a little bit slower, a little bit more static. That's completely fine. But what that does is beautiful, because it makes abilities that make you move faster feel really good, you know? You go from like moving at this speed to like zooming, you know? It feels good. But yeah, this defense mission, it's the same formula as the Kingston defense mission. But this one doesn't feel boring and terrible. That's the difference. That is the difference. Except when the server lags like that. Like, I did that Kingston defense mission a couple of times. And I quickly came to the conclusion that it wasn't something we were gonna do many times over. Alright, we gotta use our ultimate now. Oh, they killed all of them first. It's the bubble ball laundry. Yeah, they're taking out all the enemies faster than I can use it. Just doing a ring around the defense spot is pretty hilarious. Yeah, look, it picked up that enemy. Oh, weird, that like bounced. If we just do a ring around the defense location. Hard to get an angle on where to place this. Wait, can I not do it? Oh, you can't do it if you jump. Interesting. So if you're in the air, you can't actually do it. Oh my. Oh my. Ha, get bubbled. Dude, I love that. The laundry ability. Get bubbled. Yeah, you can't do this if you're in the air. You can't use your C ability. Yeah, this defense mission is definitely more interesting, for sure. We might not survive. Like, it's actually difficult. How long does this last? Oh, there is a timer. It's kind of long, though. The range is pretty limited. Dude, sick. I love that. How you can go backwards. If you go like this and look backwards, that's so awesome. Weird. It janked out. I have no idea why. Oh, we can get our teammates up while we're in that state. Interesting. Oh my, that is an absurd amount of enemies. Oh, it's GG. We're GG. 2%. GG. Yeah, that mission is difficult, but actually fun. 14 minutes on that. We do get way more gold than the Kingston defense mission. And we also got to level 14 with Valby in a single defense mission. So that's pretty great. The fact that Valby does non-attribute damage type is very interesting, because if you look at any of the Void Intercept battles, it doesn't factor in non-attribute. Like, there's no factor of non-attribute. And you'd think, like, yeah, there would be water, and, like, it would have some intermediate effect between, like, fire and chill. But no. Like, Valby's water abilities are non-attribute. The same as Ajax. Which is it's very interesting, because it's like, well, how do you then, well, it's raw damage, right? It's just raw damage. You don't need to worry about, like, chill attack, fire attack, whatever. Like, you just go for raw damage at that point. That's what's interesting to me. Supply moisture is also very interesting, because increasing skill crit rate, we need to check. Not presets. I'm not using presets. We're not going there. Like, don't get baited into that. Yeah, as far as seeing the skill crit rate, we need to go here. Valby's skill crit rate is 5%. So you're gonna tell me, dude, these Transcendent mods are all garbage. What is the skill crit rate increase? None of this tells me anything. It's cool. It's a cool idea, right? Like, oh, while on water, we increase our skill crit rate and our skill duration and firearm attribute trigger rate. That's great. That's cool. How much? Right? I have no idea. All I know is that this costs 14 mod capacity. And all I also know is that Valby's skill-based critical hit rate is 5%. So, ridiculous. Like, Valby does not seem like a Descendant. It had... Did you see that? That was equip recommended module. It put... No way. That's ridiculous. These are ridiculous. Skill cooldown we like, though. I'm gonna put points into Nimble Fingers. Yeah, agony, time distribution, those are like bread and butter. Narcissism, I don't think is gonna work with cleanup. I don't think you're sprinting when you're in this state. Icy Mo, welcome. I agree. Valby is a good time. Any word on her ultimate release? I may just reset the basic version. She's that fun. Are you talking about using a crystallization catalyst to get another mod slot? I'm definitely leaning towards using energy activator on Valby. I want to get Valby up to 40 and do some more testing before I do that. But the fact that Valby is non-attribute is the most interesting thing, because then I don't need to worry about all of these different, like, electric, chill, you know, fire. Like, I don't need to worry about it. It's great. But yeah, Dimension and Fusion. As for any word on Valby's ultimate release, I do not know. I do not know. All I know is that it was hinted, speculated, that Valby would be getting an ultimate release by the... Not speculated, hinted by the developers that Valby would be getting an ultimate form. If I had to wildly guess, it would be on the release of the next season. That's what I would guess. As far as like doing big content patches, updates, we haven't seen a big content update yet. And I think that they're holding off for the game to kind of taper off and cool off before they release some like big content update. They hinted at August next month for releasing Luna, which is going to be another playable Descendant. But that is going to be a month out at least. As for the Battle Pass, there are 45 days remaining. So if I personally had to speculate and guess, I would say by next Battle Pass. So in 45 days, roughly. That's when we'll see Ultimate Valby. That's when we'll see Luna, like at the end of August, beginning of September. That is my take, given what the developers have posted. But yes, Valby is a very fun play style, given the fact that she has two abilities, that one of which teleports her, and another of which lets her move. Her cleanup ability lets her move through enemies at an increased move rate, which is very satisfying. Yes. These are all built for Toxic. And as far as I can tell, as long as we're not fighting something that's extremely resistant to Toxic, I don't really care. Like, Toxic is fine. There is a non-attribute skill. Yes. Like Ice and Fire? Yes. But it's important to recognize that there is no non-attribute skill when it comes to any of the Colossus, nor is there any resistance to non-attribute damage, right? Like, if I go here, there is no mention at all of non-attribute at all. None. There is no non-attribute type Colossus. Ultimate going to take a few months to get, so upgrading your base version isn't a waste. Yeah, as far as I can tell. So this is my take on the fact that you get 2 energy activators from the main quest, right? It is important to recognize that you only get 2 energy activators. And my recommendation when using them is to use them on the Descendant that you genuinely enjoy playing the most, right? do not use them on a Descendant that you're like, oh, I'm going to build this Descendant specifically for this grind and so on and so forth. Use the energy activator on the Descendant that you can see yourself coming back to time and time and time again, just for like dailies or weeklies on the battle pass, right? Because ultimately it's going to come down to, for me personally, the dailies and the weeklies, right? Like we will get this weekly done, but I am done using Freyna's Venom Trauma for today. I hope Luna is interesting. Yeah, I'm sure that the developers recognize the potential of Luna to be a very interesting playstyle. So I'm definitely hoping that too. But I'm fully prepared for Luna to be bland and boring and for the developers to mess it up as well. I am just chilling and enjoying my time in this game currently. And I will absolutely not put any more money into this game until we see what the developers have in store for us in 45 days. That is my hard take, and I highly recommend to anyone else, I personally do not recommend the battle pass for the average player. That is my recommendation. It is not going to change until after we see what happens in 45 days. I do not recommend the battle pass for the average player. I recommend waiting to see what happens during season 1. We'll see what happens with Luna, Ultimate Valby. We'll see what the next battle pass is. We'll see what happens. Like, if we're talking about time limits here, what happens after 45 days? Do all of these disappear? We'll find out. We'll find out. But I do not recommend putting money into the game until we see what the developers do in 45 days. Because the time limits on all that stuff, ridiculous. Ridiculous. But again, I say that from my perspective. If someone puts money into this game, I am not going to poo-poo on that. Like, if you put money into the game and you enjoy the cosmetics in this game, that's completely fine. Like, you're fine. That's just my personal recommendation. In terms of Colossus Resist, yes, I didn't even think of that. I just switched to a different class. Indeed. Indeed. That's why Valby interests me the most. We need to find a level 100 reactor, which is Dimension. Fusion is also okay, honestly, but we need a beam rifle. And I don't think I should have held on to 1, right? Come on. Here's a beam rifle. Electric. So this is interesting about Valby. So there is a slight elemental factor to Valby. And the elemental factor to Valby is that... Oh, this thing is actually good. Yeah, let me use this thing. The elemental factor to Valby is in her passive ability. Or wait, sorry, not her passive ability. Her laundry ability, which all of her abilities do, right? Laundry, 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 laundry. It's effective. It's kind of like a passive because every single one of her abilities does it. The electric resist decrease amount is the slight elemental factor to Valby. I finished that Venom question earlier today. What a pain, and I like Freyna. She's on pause until I get Contagion. I like Freyna too. I think Freyna, the developers need to consider some more depth. But Freyna is good. Like, I do like Freyna. As the bona fide toxic Descendant, I think she holds up decently. But again, she's relatively static. Once I hit Battle Pass 50, I will consider it. I may burn out by then. Yeah, that's reasonable. I'm pretty much putting this game on maintenance mode as I do another 5-hour stream. But moving forward, I'm not going to be doing more 10-hour streams. We're going to be toning it down a bit. There are other games that are coming out. I will be coming back to this game for sure. But I definitely, like, as far as, yeah, the weeklies go, we're going to be taking our time with them. I'm not going to be stressing about it. It's just kind of going to be like, yeah, we're hopping on Freyna, we're doing Venom Trauma, whatever. But yes, I want to use this thing for the electric attack because Valby has an effect with electric. I'm gonna swap that out for now. And we need to find more. I'm gonna try and do some level 100 hard infiltration operations. But yes, now we've met the condition of this, so we're getting the extra skill power. Yes, I know it has a Colossus roll on it. Whatever. It's electric, it's non-attribute fusion, so we're good. Our Q and our Z are good. As far as getting a good reactor for Bunny goes, it's going to drop from this mission. The last time we tried this mission, we instantly failed it for some reason. I think one of our teammates died like twice in a row rapidly or something. I don't know. Huh. But yeah, settling into hard mode and enjoying it, it feels pretty reasonable. The amount of content you get in this game just playing in normal mode, going through the story feels pretty reasonable. Yeah, these enemies are oh my. The recoil on that is insane. You can technically speedrun all of this. But yes, this has electric on it. Valby's laundry status effect gives decreased electric resistance. So it seems like a good combo. Like we zap them with the electric beam after soaking them with water. Like that seems like a good combo. Oh man, they have so much health. That's insane. Really makes me respect this this Magnus AA, honestly. That eternal willpower is also very strong. Yeah, and we stopped with the frustration using Freyna's Q ability. Using Freyna's Q ability on hard mode, you're just not going to be able to get you're just not going to be able to get hits with it. Dude, I love Valby's bubble. Look at everyone shooting into the bubble. Oh, that is so beautiful. Oh, and we got bombed. Rip. Get me up. Oh my. Oh my. Everyone died. Oh, we're ripped. We're ripped. Get me up. Dude, that's crazy. Valby's ability to just AoE everything is amazing. Yeah, those snipers up there are not helping. Are they? Is there a speedrun here? Oh, secret speedrun. There's a secret speedrun on this infiltration mission. Oh my. That's very bad. That is very bad. Good talking to you. Subscribed. Oh, thank you, Isima. I appreciate it. I hope to see you. I hope to see you in the future. Thank you. I hope your movie goes well. Yeah, this is where we failed last time. And I don't know exactly... I don't know exactly why. I think it has to do with, like, how many Vulgus we kill. Yeah, I'm enjoying leveling Valby. Honestly, this playstyle is, if I'm being brutally honest, very refreshing after grinding Freyna's weekly. That's just how I feel about it. Very refreshing. And you can knock down elite enemies. That's amazing. That is amazing. Damn, and her Q hits. We just need to go maximum skill power. Just maximum skill power. As for like cooldown, I don't think cooldown is as worrisome as like maximum skill power, because that ability, cleanup, has 2 charges. Dude, that knockdown is so sick. Nice. The utility of being able to speedrun with that ability. Oh my. Being able to speedrun with cleanup. Like, look at this. It's beautiful. Like, why wouldn't you want that? I don't understand why everyone wouldn't want that. Like, one of the main things on Viesa. Oh, you can knock down the shield guys with it? Oh, that's so good. That is amazing. The fact that you can knock down the shield bearers with it is so good. You knock down the shield bearer, they get knocked to the ground, they slowly get back up, and then you use your sub attack on them, charge sub attack to just freaking keep them stun locked, basically. That's amazing. Yeah, the only problem is, like, we can't jump when we're in that mode. But you can cancel it by pressing V again at any time. Beautiful. We're gonna fight Greg, enhanced Greg. They should add a Colossus and just call the Colossus Greg, and they should be the first non-attribute Colossus. I don't think this is gonna work on... Nah, it doesn't work on mini bosses. Also, yeah, you can't stun them either. Which, honestly, makes sense. As long as we can just make sure that they're constantly in the water, we'll be fine. Valby with the beam rifle gameplay is becoming the most satisfying gameplay. Knowing that they're taking extra damage while they're on my puddles from the electric damage that I'm doing with the beam rifle is just amazing. That's just amazing. As for taking out their bubbles, it's gonna be a little bit difficult. I don't know if that hits their bubble. Definitely need to take out these guys though. Frame skip. Got the double frame drop. We have gotten a disconnect here before. So keep that in mind. Yeah, all of the small enemies need to get out of here. Valby also works really well with any electric type Descendant, because every time they're in the puddle, they're taking, they have 20% less electric resistance. And as far as our abilities go, like, we're like never on, it feels like we're never on cooldown. It feels like we're never on cooldown. Feels like I can always switch to something. Which is a very, very good sign. Definitely the hardest thing about playing any character is the idea of your abilities like being on cooldown and needing to wait. It's always tough. And I didn't freaking roll right before the... Get me out, get me out, get me out. While we're using our cleanup ability, we don't even need to roll. Like, we're moving fast enough that we can just power through. I'll demonstrate right now. Look, see that? We don't even need to roll. We don't even need to time our roll. That's amazing. Timing that roll is one of the hardest parts of fighting this boss. Because if you don't time it right, you just get whacked. Super hard. I'm really low HP. Here's HP over here. Oh, I missed time. Oh my. Nice. Yeah, this boss is very, very tanky. As far as like speed running this boss goes, it's a hard mode boss. Like, good luck. Can I roll while I have this out? Yes, I can. Very nice. Click over to the Magnus. We ideally want, and I didn't roll. We ideally want electric damage on our Magnus AA. That's what I'm talking about. The hardest thing about this boss is dodging that roll. Or rolling at the right time. Timing your roll. Once you time your roll properly, you're good. But the timing, I think, changes slightly as you fight them. GG's. Yeah, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. But these weapon drops are going to be nice. Yes, and again, we got electric fusion. But that is a hard mode infiltration mission. So that is like the beginning of the end game. B-Rent, welcome back. I apologize for missing your message. That boss fight takes a lot of attention. Yeah, good to see you as well. Best Kuiper Shard farm missions. I'm honestly, as far as Kuiper Shard farming goes, that's gonna come from module drops. I found some interesting missions like when I was farming for the sterile land, farming for the Thunder Cage blueprint, I felt like I was getting a lot of module drops. But as for like hard farming module drops for Kuiper shards, or just for straight up Kuiper shard drops, I really don't have a mission that I've focused for that in particular. As for gold farming, I've run out of gold many more times than I've run out of Kuiper shards. And for gold farming, I've focused which mission was it? I think it's the Agna Desert. Yeah, this one. Primarily because, well, this is how you get the Valby code amorphous pattern. But yeah, as for gold farming and Kuiper shard farming, the special operations are all good. I just would avoid, do not do either of these defense missions. Kingston defense mission or Echo Swamp defense mission. Those are that's the only thing I will say on that, is do not do either of these. Like, just don't. The rewards, the gold you get is just less than anything else. And as far as doing infiltration missions goes, definitely feels like you get more of everything. Even though the missions are slightly longer. So I will say this. When it comes to Void Shard farming, this Void Fragment mission I found is actually very good on hard mode. So on hard mode, you get 11 monomer, 4 polymer, and you can use Bunny, so the farmability is very clean. And the amount of shards you get by doing this is 4 times as much, roughly 4 times as much as you get from normal. So that is something I will definitely firmly recommend, is if you're going to farm void shards, do it in hard mode and make sure you're doing a mission that gives you at least this many. Because, you see how it says 5 minutes or less? If you're on normal and hard, 5 minutes or less, if you're going to spend that time, you may as well do it on hard mode, which is why I also recommend, if you're going to be farming anything like this, make sure you're using level 100 weapons. But that's, as far as I can tell, that's all I know. Interesting. Ooh. Shield recovery in combat. This actually might be better. Do we want MP recovery or shield recovery in combat? See, I've noticed with MP, most of the MP that I get are from the MP drops on the ground. This has an insanely high defense roll on both the base defense and the defense roll. Let's check right now. We have 11,000 defense. If I equip this, we have 12,700. So definitely gonna go with that one. As for shield, I learned that shield is not affected by defense. So as for building into shield, you don't want to do that. You don't. That's the problem with shield recovery in combat. This one is close, but the max HP roll feels really, really low on that, right? Another 140 max HP. It's tough. I think I'd rather have the defense. Yeah, I think we're going to go with the defense here. The shield recovery in combat is meh, but 5,000, what? 5,300 defense roughly is definitely what I'm going to go for. I could add those two together. Let me just add that up. Welcome. Defense? Yeah, defense is definitely the way to go. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Musa Nete. Welcome. I'm not good with pronouncing names, but I do try. 5,332. There you go. That's it? You said it right? Nice. I'm glad. Yeah, we need a tingling mixture reactor that is electric singular. And Viesa is fusion and tech. So if I find a fusion chill, this might be good. Oh, and it has the fusion skill power. This is actually decent. That I'm not going to get rid of. It does have handgun weapon class. Yeah, all of these other ones I'm not looking at anymore. I'm from Zimbabwe. Welcome. I'm in the US. I'm in Illinois. This game has taken over my life. Just got to hard mode. Yeah, it's pretty good. If you enjoy the core gameplay loop and you get into the cycle of like going through gear and whatnot, I'm just hitting hard mode as well. We still have these two external components which just have not been beaten out yet. As for getting better external components, we're gonna need to do infiltration missions. But these are not what we want. Nice. Yeah, that previous hard infiltration mission was good. Yeah, the more I use Valby, the more I'm like, yeah, I'm probably going to use Energy Activator on Valby. Given the fact that I really like Valby's playstyle. The mobility is just very satisfying. We could do focus on fusion. I don't feel like I ever run out of, like, our skill cooldown is already so good. Yeah, probably just iron defense. Just flat out. Yeah, we're at 20,000 defense now. And yes, we have all of these weapons that I need to... So, personally, they have a roll system in the game where you use the control axis to re-roll attributes. And what I'm finding is that I really like the cycle. Personally, I really like the cycle of doing the hard infiltration missions. Even though, yes, they are repeats of the normal missions, doing these and then getting the level 100 gear and then looking through the attributes is actually very, very satisfying. Like, that gameplay loop is very satisfying. And I'm saying this because that is as opposed to using the weapon readjustment system in the game. I only recommend using the weapon readjustment system if you really want a specific weapon type and you just used a phase exchanger to bring it up to level 100 and you want to make sure that the weapon attributes are scaled up. I do not recommend. This is something you do not want to do, right? The whole way this is set up is for me to be like, oh, I like this toxic attack. I like this critical rate. Let me roll this again. You will never see me do that. You will never see me do that on stream. When I roll, I either roll all 4 or none. And I just accept what I get. Because these adjustment control axes take quite a bit of material. As you can see, I'm already out of super alloy because I've already used all of my super alloy to make these control axes, and it costs 12,000 gold to research, but primarily the super alloy. So I personally won't do that because it costs 5. Every time you do one of these, it over doubles the amount of resources it takes. And if you want 3, it is 20. Yeah, I would be careful, because if you're trying to, it's also important to recognize that when you have 3 of these locked, right? Like, oh, I really don't like the critical hit damage because it's blue. You're using 20 each time, but you're only rolling one thing. So the chance of you actually getting what you want doesn't just cost 20 times as much. 20 times as much. You're only rolling one thing. So the chance of you getting what you're looking for is reduced significantly. So what I'm trying to say is, when I play, I like the hard infiltration missions. I like the process of getting a whole bunch of 100 level drops. And then I really like going through them and looking through them. Almost should be so now that we're level 100, looking at them by level is not nearly as important. Probably look at them by type. Now, there is some jank in the game where if you sort by type, there's a Dogma 21 here, then a whole bunch of Burning 44s, and then another Dogma and Dogma here. So there's a little bit of jank in the sorting system. But comparing these is definitely interesting. When I look at rolls, I look at firearm attack first, right? That firearm attack roll is interesting. And then I look for the elemental type. And then I look for the Colossus, right? So, like, this Dogma beam rifle would be pretty good against the Pyromaniac. So I'm going to consider that. These are all over the place. Yeah, if you have versus Legion of Truth, Legion of Darkness, Order of Truth, like, I'm just going to get rid of that. And if it doesn't have a firearm attack roll, right? We're just talking firearm attack. then I pretty much just junk it immediately, because it's not worth it if you don't have that base raw roll on it. That's personally how I look through 100 drops. At this point, so on launchers, explosive attack is akin to firearm attack. Going for gold colors is the real trap. Yeah. You got to be careful. Like, I've watched others, and I say that very clearly because I have watched other streamers play this game live on stream, burn through all of their control axis on a single weapon, trying to get one last good roll, and it's just it's not worth it. Like, there's a level of acceptance. Like, if you look at this Magnus AA, that toxic attack and firearm attack are good enough for me to use that, right? We got like a purple firearm and a gold toxic. Like, we're good. I think I rolled that one time. I'm good. Whatever. Some of the ranges aren't a big deal. So am I going to die if I roll a blue where the max is 8.5 blue where the max is 12? Yeah, exactly. It gets so small and it's so easy to burn through all of your resources. So you just got to be careful. It's better to play the game and do the hard infiltration missions, enjoy the process of getting the drops, and then just junk 99% of them. That's much more enjoyable. Yeah, we have another Silly Weeper that's very good. This one could be good against Dead Bride or Frostwalker in the future, but it doesn't have a firearm attack roll. If it doesn't have a firearm attack roll, like, it's junked. Pretty much look for that immediately now. We have another good Millennium Frost. Yeah, here's a firearm attack, but it's on a Red Wolf handgun, and it doesn't have... We're looking for firearm attack plus an elemental attack, right? Or firearm attack versus Colossus. Yeah, we're good on all these. See, like, this has firearm attack, chill attack, and bonus firearm attack versus Colossus. So I look at this and I immediately think, and attribute status effect trigger rate, I immediately think Pyromaniac, right? Just like, boom, this is like Pyromaniac weapon. But the only problem is it's a beam weapon. This Silly Weeper is like one of the things we used against the Pyromaniac several times. Yeah. Interesting. So I've been almost streaming 6 hours. I am going to leave it here. There are still many things that we can do in-game. We did successfully grind and unlock and research Valby. And I do think Valby's playstyle is very satisfying and enjoyable to play. So I will be using Valby moving forward, strongly considering using an energy activator and possibly we have one crystallization catalyst. But I may, depending on our bunny build, I may consider saving that for bunny. We'll see. We'll see, like, if we can get focus on electric in the sterile land, then that might bring it together and make it worth putting another crystallization catalyst on bunny, simply for bunny's lightning emission. But yes, that is all for now. I'm going to leave it here. I will be on in the future with more of the first Descendant. And if you've been enjoying my live streams, please consider liking and subscribing, and I will be on in the future. Thank you.